Hello! Welcome back, everyone, to D6, where Yoroshi bring together several friends from across the internet to play on a D&D show. Before we get on into today's sessions, we got a few quick announcements. Also, Emily's running a little late because it is daylight saving time, and we think she might still be asleep. We'll see. In about 30 minutes, we'll figure out if she'll be here. But before we get on into the rest of today's session, got a couple of announcements. First and foremost, our Patreon stuff. Excuse me. All of our content, as many of you all know, or to those of you who don't know, gets uploaded about a week early for our Patreon. So when episode 19 releases, episode 20 will have gone up already. And we kind of just schedule things out from there. So if you want to catch any of our content early, our $5 tier over on our Patreon, you can catch all of our content early. Also, at our $10 tier, I release homebrew, hopefully eventually, what will eventually be a source book in the future for the campaign and all the stuff that we have made over the past couple of years. So new races, subclasses, weapons, equipment, all that fun stuff. So if you guys are interested in checking that all out, it'll be over on the Patreon. Next up, our wonderful friends over at GamerSupps. In case you guys don't know who GamerSupps is, they are they make flavorful drinks as well as waifu cups. I forgot mine, actually. Oh, no, wait.
You forgot your cup.
I forgot my cup like my ass. Yeah, so waifu cups and wonderful flavors. I'm currently drinking Arctic Cooler. And you can get all of this stuff over at gamersupps.gg/yenpai, and you'll get 10% off of your order. So, yeah, if you guys are interested, keep an eye out for that. Alrighty. I can't bide my time anymore. We just have to do it.
Just gotta do it.
Just gotta do it.
Just gotta do it too.
Let's get it started, as they say.
Let's do it. Alrighty. Well, that being said, let us get into today's session of D6. So, where we had last left off. As our adventurers make their way into Stormshatter Island to find Wyndiya Academy being heralded by the Guardian of Wyndiya herself, Arona, one of the 6 champions during the Age of Calamity to resealing Tiamat. As you all find yourselves assisting in the island, contributing to the revelry with the island's patron and defender of the outside world. As you manage to finally settle with Hothkir, the patron, you are all alerted that a new ship has entered the island space. The shape of the Luxon comes into view. As all of you retreat, make your way to Arona in order to inform her of what could be the potential danger. She informs all of her students and staff to flee the island and make their way into Erzheimel to reconvene in Auraria. In doing so, the captain of the Luxon comes to the office and begins to speak to all of you. One Arthur von Droog. In an attempt to keep him out of Wyndiya, you all flee with a ring in hand, leaving behind Cotton, who had agreed to go with Arthur to help him within the Luxon. Winry.
Oh, okay. Yep, hi.
As you make your way into the forest, and you're beginning to run through, slightly isolated and alone with your friends overhead flying, I need you... Oh. Whoops. Other things I wasn't prepared for today.
Oh. 10 points from Gryffindor.
Damn it. Forgot to swap out my my cheat sheet. I need you.
Wrong characters.
Yeah. Make me a survival check.
Okay. Good luck to me. That's fine and dandy too.
I didn't need to. You find yourself quickly under the massive brush of the forest of this island and begin to break around trees, trying to gain your senses. And suddenly you begin to realize this is not like your island. This is a different place. And the further you run in without a proper sense of direction, the more you're prone to get lost in it.
Oh dear. Oh. I wish I could at least see them overhead.
Make me a perception check.
That's a better roll. It's a 13.
13. As you stare up, in hopes that you might be able to at least find or glean something, you notice a pair of black spectral wings quickly passing by, as well as what looks like to be this goat-legged, blue-robed individual being carried by those black wings.
Uh-oh. That doesn't seem good.
You know that's Holly.
Well, she probably doesn't recognize it immediately. She rolled a 13.
Holly would know, based off of the height of the flight, that she can notice the ship there. So, it does depend. Is Winry smart enough to follow her instinct to follow those black wings, or stay away from it?
You know, what choice do I honestly have? If anything, if I follow those wings, they'll probably get me to a higher vantage point.
Alright. Make me another survival check.
Oh boy. You're giving me every chance to get this right. That's a 10.
Listen, I get it.
As you manage to finally push through some of the brush, and you feel some of the snag of twigs and branches before you finally hit a main path. One of the paths that would lead to where the ship would have been, and a familiar one, the direction that in which you came, only a step further into this forest.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay, off we go.
Alright. Mirab, Holly,
Yes?
Roloi, and as well as L'Oreal, as all of you descending back onto the ship, you find yourselves realizing that Winry is not here and neither is Cotton.
Dazzle would be.
Dazzle is
He flew
on
ahead.
the ship. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's on the ship. He's there.
Roloi would speak into the rings of sending. Cotton? Wenry? You there?
Am I within range to answer?
Winry is within range, not Cotton though.
Hold on. I'm coming, guys. Just wait for me. I got a long way to go.
All right. Holly dropped me and Murad back off on the ship. We're ready. Is Cotton with you?
No, I thought she was with you guys.
Cotton?
last I saw, she was in the room with the. Oh dear. She was talking to that guy, Arthur. Oh geez.
Is she not here?
Hold on, I'll be up there in a second, guys.
Was she captured? Do you know?
Do you want me to?
Murad starts to get worried and panicked.
Do you want me to come and get you, Wenry? Where are you?
It's okay. I'm on a forest path. You should see me coming around the corner not too long. Whew.
As the lot of you begin to convene onto the ship, you take account that everyone but Cotton is here. As a small streak of lightning nearly strikes near where the ship dock is, as you see the figure of Arona corporealizing before all of you, as she begins to stagger onto the ship holding her heart.
Right, she was very badly damaged.
Yeah.
Alright, that's
Holly's-
another one.
Holly's gonna run over to her.
As you can see, as you just sling her over your shoulder, she's just like kind of staggering over the gangplank before hopping onto the ship. We need to leave now.
Yes.
Where's Cotton?
She left with him.
Willingly?
Yes.
The group kind of sees Murad very much about to try and fly.
Roloi, I think, will do some quick calculations in his head, and looking over and seeing Murad about ready to go, he grabs his arm. Wait.
Yeah. Dazzle would probably fly to him and just kind of like do that crazy little fly in his face before sitting on his arm and dropping the ring in his hand.
Is she okay? And Murad is asking Dazzle in some way, just some recognition, something. Anything.
Dazzle would be able to sense that she is okay as the head nods. As you see, as Arona takes a step before you, Murad, along next to Roloi. We need to think this over. If we stay any longer, that person, that thing, will catch up to us. Him and his forces will have a way into Wyndiya, and I do not think I will survive. As she goes and grabs her heart again. Another strike like that.
Holly is going to put another cure wounds into her.
Yeah, Murad gives a nod to Holly. He's like, put her in the med bay and get out of here.
Yeah. Heal
And
her
Murad
for 17.
Murad's like the flames in his hair are just flickering, but he has just this very stoic and very just like clearly very just hard look in his eyes, very hard face, and takes a deep breath and turns to go to the wheel. He's extremely pissed off and is trying to keep his composure.
As you walk up the steps to the wheel, you feel this slimy tinge, almost like tendrils moving inside of your eye. As you grab hold of the wheel, having to ignore every emotion, every desire, everything to have to pull away. After so long.
Probably singes a bit of the wheel as he holds onto it so tightly.
As you grab hold of the wheel, you place a hand on the blade as the whole ship almost reacting to your emotion is this very violent jolt.
Oh, jeez.
As it begins to pull out from that alcove. As the massive sails unfurl. And it begins to catch the wind from behind, and this massive wind barrier beginning to move forward. As Aurora stares up to you. Get close to the wind wall. As close as you can.
Murad follows the order.
As you begin to sail up close next to it, you can definitely feel almost as if the air is pulling and trying to drag the ship closer to the wall. As she walks over and she takes the ring from Dazzle and places it back on. Isortu Vatniam Ivesco Isortu Venesium Ivesco. These elven words are repeated over and over and over again. As you take note as that giant wind wall now becoming even more fierce as it begins to pull even higher. And she looks at you, Murad. Do not fear it. Do not fear the wind.
There's no fear. It seems that he's locked down his emotion to just focus.
As the whole lot of you begin to notice as the air and the wind beginning to push the ship ever closer to this wind wall, suddenly you feel as the massive winds begin to push under the sails and the ship itself as it hits the side of the wall, as the whole ship begins to almost capsize before being dragged up by that large breeze and torrent of air as it begins to get lifted and almost ride the side of the wall as all of you have to hold onto the side of the ship from falling over.
Murad commands the ropes to make sure to hold on to everybody.
Yep. As it does, the whole ship, as the entirety of it, begins to rise ever higher into the sky. As several minutes begin to pass, and as it does, first you hit cloud, as a faint mist begins to surround all of you, as your visions become heavily obscured. As almost as if you reach the top of this massive storm, you hear the crack of lightning and thunder echo throughout the skies. These blackened, dark clouds swirling around all of you. You hit a rain cloud. As you pass by it, as all of you are drenched to the bone. And suddenly, as you reach past it, a torrent of colors and images, almost as if you're sailing through stars and universes and galaxies, worlds apart. And as all of you reach this near eternal darkness, and at the edge, the far reaches of this world, as this small bead of light grows ever bigger and shining like daylight, pure and bright, as suddenly all of you break through this barrier, and suddenly you are floating. Like waves, like the ocean, only quiet, silent. As all of you begin to rub your eyes out from the blinding light, you see a whole city. Probably twice as big as the Adamantine Bastion. More beautiful, like glass and copper. Built as if it was designed for the future. And you are all sailing on a sea of clouds. As you all stare and see this breathtaking view.
Wenry will probably turn to Arona. Is that Wyndiya?
That is my home, yes. That is Wyndiya.
Wow. Prettier than I could have ever imagined.
It's only gotten better throughout the years. As she looks towards you, Roloi. I promised you that I might be able to have an answer to help you. The answers are here. A friend of mine might be able to assist you. Probably explain more than what I know.
I think I need that now more than ever.
Which way? Welcome to the lost lands of Wyndiya, my home. As the sight begins to pull away as all of you sail on this sea of clouds, the eyes of the world lower. They sink down below. The faint footsteps of heel on metal. Cotton.
Yep.
To the north end of this island, you find yourself walking on the massive metallic ramp that leads up to this massive ship, or submarine, if you will. Designed to be able to travel through the waves with little to no effort. It's beautiful. It is pure ivory white with gold lining in some of the most intricate places, and all the way at the head of it is this almost chevron look that would split the waves apart with little to no effort. As you are walking upon this ramp, you see in front of you the familiar figure holding his hands behind his back. Arthur moves in a way that you could only detect as with importance. Passing through the threshold of the door, he turns and stares at you. Welcome back, Dr. Cottonelle.
Thank you. Like, she's probably still having flashbacks of, like, when she first was, like, standing before the ship with her dad. Like, those were happy memories. Now it's just twisted. It hurts.
Your old quarters are still available to you, untouched. Would you like a way there, or do you remember how to get there?
Does she remember how?
Being here? Make me an intelligence save.
Thank you. I was like, I have to... Hold on. Shit, I actually have to open up her thing unless you have the sheet in front of you. What's the thing for it real quick?
Just roll me intelligence.
Cool. I don't know what the thing was for that. I know she's got like a +1 maybe? To that?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, it's a whole 10.
Whole 10? As you take a step on this ship, you suddenly feel this immense pain in your head.
Yeah,
almost as if something is crawling behind your skin, hoping to break out.
Yeah, she'd immediately just bring her hands up to her head, like covering her eyes, but like pressing at the temples, just in pain for a second, while it lasts.
You see as he steps forward, Dr. Cottonelle, do you need sedation?
No. No. Just the one thing she doesn't want is being put down.
As you feel almost as if claws trying to break through your fingers. You lose 2 points of your humanity.
Yep.
And around your whole body, you suddenly feel a massive pulse and energy. A binding spell to maintain, almost as if to keep it from breaking out. Just need to write a quick note here.
She'd at least kind of, so that way he doesn't try to like make the decision for her. She would just tell him that, you know, the spell is working, it's fine, it just hurts.
As you see, as he goes and reaches out just for a moment before pulling the hand back. The memory of this place is violent as it flows through you. You remember every single nook and cranny of this ship, aside from a few rooms that you were told to never go into. You've never been to the captain's quarters, you've never been to the helm, you've never been to his private study, private lab. You haven't been to the brig.
Thankfully.
But everything else is familiar.
She'd straighten once it's past, you know, giving it a moment. She's like, I remember, it's just... It comes in waves. Sometimes it's fine, sometimes it's violent.
I see. Well then. Feel free and welcome yourself here. You are home.
For her, that just feels like it's just covered in acid for her, that term. Yeah.
Aside from that, there is something I wish to discuss with you privately later. I would like to welcome you within my private study for the conversation.
Why? You've never asked me in there before.
Circumstances have changed. You're more than just a scientist here now. You are implicated to the greater information of the world. You now know more than ever of what we all face, don't you?
Does she?
he is implying something that you may or may not fully comprehend.
Huh. You kind of have me in the dark on this one. Maybe it's a memory I can't remember just yet.
Then mayhaps we will refresh that memory tonight.
Okay.
As you see, the head nods, and he begins to walk away.
Before you do, you had my book. But do you happen to know where my wedding ring is?
See me in my private study tonight.
Okay.
As
All sorts of uncomfortable.
as he leaves and walks around a corner as if those heavy footsteps suddenly just disappear. This quiet place, and yet so familiar, but not the same.
It feels colder to her at this point. So attached to those good memories now are also everything that happened afterwards, so... yeah. And he's got her kids, so that doesn't... just nothing bids welcoming anymore. Now this just feels like a cage. So she'll... once he's gone, she'll just probably make a beeline for the room. Any sort of familiarity that's at least feeling like something she's in control of is what she needs.
As you make your way back to this room that you and Murad spent together, it's clean, it's set, there are various tools and toiletries as per what one would expect. The drawers of what was once kept here is still there, all the articles of clothing and various other familiar things that were left behind here.
Once the door is shut, and she's always known that at least in these rooms, like, nothing was truly ever spying on them in there, right?
No, nothing.
Okay. Because if that would be the case, she would tuck herself away from the door, so it's like being as quiet as possible, and just sneak out the sending stone to see if she can contact her father.
Alright. Pull out this stone.
She's not going to say anything to, like, announcing him by name, you know, because it's going to go directly to him, but at least so that, just in case someone is listening, she's just very quietly choosing her words. I'm on the Luxon, but I'm alone right now.
A pause. And then a faint whisper back. I trust you know what you're doing. Be safe.
I had to. The rest are hopefully on their way. I can't feel my homunculus anymore, so they're not on this plane of existence.
Probably for the best.
Mm-hmm. I'll check in with you when I can.
That's my girl.
Once it's, you know, obviously quiet, she'll probably just put it down and probably cry. Because she is terrified at the same time.
You sit there on the edge of the bed, tears running down your face. Flowing through sea of clouds as all of you begin to make your way to this cloud port, if you will. As you do, you notice many of the figures here are giants by nature. You can see Goliaths. You can see high elves, half elves, and storm giants walking their way through the city as if patrons of this place. As you finally pull in, you notice that a lot of eyes are on this ship, confused and surprised. As Arana looks towards all of you, you don't have to worry about anybody within the city taking anything from your ship. But for now, I recommend that we go and visit a friend of mine. I believe she'll probably have a lot more answers than I would at this moment. As you can see that the healing has definitely done its job, Holly, in closing what is that massive cracking wound. But it still leaves behind this terrible scar. Yet to be healed yet. Or to be healed yet. It will take time. As the anchor is weighed and you all descend onto the port, you see that there are multiple individuals kind of lining up around Arona, kind of getting questions and answers before she kind of has to like shoo a majority of them away before this rather tall elven man with kind of just this short brownish hair, kind of almost like mine, but a little bit longer. And kind of just more pushed down on the side. As he kind of stops all of you and then looks towards Arona, then back to all of you. Outsiders. Friends, for the time being. Right. As she turns... This is one of my friends, but not the friend. This is Onra. He'll hopefully be a guide in ever the case that any of you might need to find something within the city.
Pleased to meet you.
Onra, was it?
Onra.
It's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Here.
Albeit, kinda wish we had everyone here.
Side note, Aaron, Arona does know Cotton gave herself up so she and the rest can get out alive.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, thank you, Aaron.
And as he kind of like steps and gets a closer look towards all of you, it's been a while since we've had a group of outsiders make their way into Wyndiya. How did you like the travel?
It was a little bumpy.
There's probably still like mist coming off of Murad from the rain earlier and just evaporating off.
Uh-oh, somebody's burning up. As he comes over towards you and kind of just like getting a better look, and you know, you outstature him, obviously, tall as he might be. He's still shorter than, you know, a 7 foot tall man. You have something special about you. Kind of
Not sure what you mean.
As you see, as he kind of just like moves his hand over your body a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Something ancient.
Myriad kind of like raises his hand like, I don't want to be touched right now.
See, as he backs up. Very well, I'm sorry. And then his eyes lock over to Winry. Also ancient and powerful. He steps over and he gets a kind of clear view and he sees the horns on your head. I've seen those before.
Ah.
Tell me, do you happen to be a Quakanata people?
Well, I am not a people, but I am one of the Quakanata people.
Oh, so they survived.
Yes, and there's quite a good population going still. Albeit, I'm the only one with horns.
Then I stand uncorrected.
Winry is a little puzzled.
As he looks up towards that massive ship. Well then. It's been a while since I've set my eyes on this.
You know of the Night Wish?
As you see, as he looks back towards all of you, I'm very familiar with it. For you see, as Arona steps over, that's enough for now. As you see, as she speaks into his ear, really. And you see, as the sly smile reaches across his face. This is going to be quite exciting. As he gives a slight bow to all of you. I'll go on ahead, but make yourselves at home. Honestly, truly. For backing away and entering within the city. That one. Sorry for the rather rude introductions. He's got a thing being able to see through people as easily as he does.
He also must have quite an eye for old magics.
That is true, considering he's probably far older than I am.
Apologies if my reaction seemed rude. I'm very much not
it was quite intrusive. I understand that you just left behind your wife. I'm not blaming you for that. I don't think anyone here is. And if you want to get her back and save her, well, that's a decision that you're going to have to make. By making the right ones. As all of you might have noticed, we were up against an enemy with an unstoppable force.
And now she is stuck with him. Alone.
He's not going to hurt her, you know.
I know, but...
He's obsessed with her.
Dazzle just kind of like on your shoulder, just, you know, like cuddles into your neck a little bit to try and calm you down.
I might need a moment, but I can follow up behind you. I just need a moment.
I think Roloi would look to Holly and Winry and L'Oreal at that point and just sort of nod.
Murad walks below deck just to let out some of his frustration in private before coming back.
Well, the
You
captain
probably
is
all hear like a
indisposed.
scream under deck or something.
Yeah.
What was that, Kayla?
While the captain is indisposed, perhaps we should begin the process of settling in.
Right.
Yeah.
Quite luckily, our friend will hopefully provide us with the same accommodations for such a thing. And as soon as you return, Murad, you see the waiting faces of your crew.
He takes a deep sigh and finally seems more composed. Maybe some, like, mist coming off of his face a little bit. But it's quickly evaporating. And the flames behind his hair is also not as fiery, I guess you can say. But he does come back. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Holly's gonna put her hand on his back a little bit. We're not going to just leave her there, you know that.
I know. But it might be a little bit more complicated than that.
Complicated is a thing that we kind of do.
It kind of rubs his eye patch a little bit. Beltania noticed.
Well, I would imagine so. This is a major shift.
I just hope that she's patient with me.
She has no choice right now. We have to get this done and then get her back. But that's gonna take a minute.
I don't know. Sometimes gods are fickle in some cases, but I don't know.
Holly gives like a big yeah.
I just hope that she doesn't cut me down before I have a chance.
If she cuts you down, then she doesn't get what she needs either way, and I'm sure she understands that, impatient as she may be.
We'll see.
We'll make her an offering tonight and see how it goes.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course. Are you okay? Deep breath.
He kind of hets Dazzle.
Just kind of chitters in response.
Okay, I'm okay. I can focus now.
All right. Let's get going then.
As the lot of you ascend off of the ship and follow closely behind Arona, this massive city of beautiful build, these towering buildings, as you enter within what is nearly to the center of the city. Excuse me. Seeing the multiple faces, the Goliaths, the elves, the giants, you also manage to see a few Luxodon in here as well. Large elephant-like people. As you reach towards this building of brass and stone, as you reach what is this massive stone door, and on it with what looks like to be a familiar symbol, especially to you, Roloi, as it is much like the symbol of your staff, and what is this outer gear ring that encompasses it. Word of advice, this being is old. Very old.
Hey,
And
we've got something in common.
I also don't imagine that she will take impertinence with kindness. At least from my experience.
I will do my utmost to be very pertinent.
As she takes a deep breath, with the full force of her arms as she pushes the doors, they slide open with ease. As you all enter, you hear the consistent ticking and sound of clocks as they line the walls within this massive building. And towards the center, you see standing is this tall, gold and silver-haired individual. And as you all step into the threshold of this building, the hand raises as all the clocks stop and the ticking pauses. And she turns. Blue, would you like to describe your character for me?
Oh my god.
Sure. So,
Easy there, Roloi.
I'm feeling impertinent.
Holly grabs the back of Roloi's hood just to hold him in place.
sorry. So who you see before you? Her name is Mirios. She is about 5'6". She's fairly tanned skin, but along that skin is golden like veins starting from the eyes that go throughout the limbs. Her hair is very curly in the front and frames her face, and then on top of her head is like a golden little circlet that has cobalt stones going through the back that holds the rest of her long hair down, that also has like silver streaks within them, and the rest of her outfit is fairly old-fashioned, like it almost toga-like, but still robe-like, and just held together by ropes and a simple belt of cobalt and gold, and she's in just a simple strapped sandals. And her eyes are very galaxy-like, but it is blue, and you have seen eyes like those before. But when she looks at you all, she has a very stern look on her face, like not expecting to see people here from the outside, but then she'd see Arona, who looks pretty hurt, and then the concern hits her, and she's, Arona? Are you okay? What happened?
I had a run-in with a notable name. As you see as she grabs the heart. I'm not completely unwell, though. As she begins to move forward in the procession, as you lower your hand, the clocks all return to start ticking again.
Sorry. Guys, I do have the show channel open.
Mira, it's just like, okay, I can, yeah, I'm glad
yeah.
Okay.
She can see that
It's
Arona's holding herself together at least, and she just looks at the rest of them, and considering that they're here with Arona, she seems to, like, calm down a little bit. She's not as, like, ready to probably slam someone out of the room. She would pause on Roloi, though, for a second, like she sees something different.
She would probably see him rapidly trying to gain composure.
As stepping forward and coming up to the diocese where you stand on, as Rana kind of just like, you can see she kind of pains through the walking and
She'd help her
face
up.
to face. Yeah. No, I'm fine, truly. Mirios, these individuals, as well as one extra, are known as the Astral Corsairs.
Considering that she's here with you, I'm assuming friends, so it's nice to meet you all.
Pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too.
A pleasure indeed.
Any friend of Arona is a friend of hers.
Yes. Mirios here is, as one can imagine, if you've ever run into one before, a Lumerian. Not just any Lumerian. A Lumerian that had served within the court of Roya before Lumeria's fall.
Still feels like yesterday.
We've actually had several run-ins with a few Lumerians.
Not all of them pleasant.
Her face would kind of tighten at that. I'm sorry you've run into them.
One killed me, but
The brow raise.
shrugs.
And yet you stand. And yet you stand before me quite well.
Got very much better.
And then she'll look at Holly and kind of recognize the look of her outfit. I'm assuming that would be your handiwork then.
Yeah, I do my best.
Just being modest, she does a very excellent job.
It's like wrangling cats.
I'm sorry to have to exclude the pleasantries of having to come here, Mirios. But we have other, bigger issues at hand. At least two of them.
Two?
First one... Yes. He was there. Arthur found Storm Shatter. He found the Academy.
The look of absolute rage just flashing in her face as she's trying to stay composed over that. He's back.
As your rage envelops this area, all of you notice as the clock's beginning to tick faster.
You should get that checked out.
Holly's gonna elbow Roloi a little bit.
I'm sensing a theme, yes.
Check this shit out.
I'm beholding.
She just kind of grips at her staff for a second, like she doesn't want to do anything rash.
We managed to escape him, thankfully.
So this is his handiwork.
Are you familiar with his methods?
Vaguely, yes. None of which are nice.
I believe that these individuals will be far more interested in understanding what it is they're up against. Which leads to another issue altogether. And staring at Roloi. Roloi. Standing before you, not just only a Lumerian, and one that served as a royal court mage, she's also the mother of chronomancy.
I think the he would become very focused and stern at that. And he would slowly approach. Ma'am, I have pursued the study of chronomancy for many years.
I can see that. Time flows differently around you.
I believe in my haste to master the art, I may have inadvertently inflicted some temporal damage upon my being. When I overexert myself, I age rapidly.
She actually does, look a little saddened for it. Aaron, am I going with the first thing you gave me?
Yes.
Okay. She just kind of pause and look at you. She's like, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just trying to assess what we're dealing with. She's just kind of observing you and just nods to kind of understand what's going on. Chronomancy, it's the separation of self as one sends their being into the cracks of reality, and it enters the space of a tesseract, where the flow continues infinitely as each moment passes a new path of infinite but micro differences. It ends and coalesces before mentally stepping into that new reality. However, this space is very dangerous. Stay there too long, and it could collapse on top of you, and you become consumed by the flow and rapidly age or scrub your existence from the universe altogether. Chronomancy is not impossible to learn, as you can see, but the brightest know that if you do not perfect your control or your abilities, as they're impeded, it can have adverse effects, and unfortunately that's what you're dealing with now. In theory, and with enough practice, one could control the flow of the Tesseract in their either direction of time, and even prevent oneself from aging and keeping their body and mind refreshed with absolute control mastered. And she just kind of herself, seeing as I'm a Lumerian, you can imagine a couple thousand years old.
Yeah, and as the mother of chronomancy, I'm sure your grasp on the subject is peerless.
Took a lot of work, but yes. I will see what I can do to help you.
You mentioned a tesseract. You're speaking about a 4-dimensional object in a 3-dimensional space. That doesn't seem possible.
She's like, and yet I'm standing before you.
And yet.
Does he have the staff with him, by the way?
I do. I am adorned with the Staff of Amseer on my waist.
Yeah. She'd look at that and seemed rather fond of it. Huh. Amseer. But not complete.
No. I have only recently found the second piece. The beginning of our journeys together, I found the shard of Dunamancy that is adorned in the middle of this.
Yeah. Is her staff the same thing?
No.
No, okay, I wanted to make sure.
Different?
Yeah. Aaron, I don't want to jump into things I shouldn't just yet, so... I'm assuming you're not just here for just that, though.
I've come to realize that the forces that we face are beyond my abilities currently. If I am to exert even more of my strength to help my comrades, I can't be hampered by this rapid aging that afflicts me.
I will not let you leave this place without the ability to help your friends without sacrificing yourself.
So you'll teach me?
It's been a while since I've taught someone, but yes.
Long ago, when I was younger, much younger, I met an old man. He pointed me in the direction of chronomancy.
An old man?
He just sort of shakes his head. It's been so long. I'm not even sure I remember his name. But I remember what happened to him. And he will show the black mark.
Does she know what that mark is?
Make me an Arcana check.
Okay. Click. Arcana, okay. 19 plus 5, so 24.
This black mark is a mark of death. The black spot. It's been spoken throughout the history of Heimel for thousands of years. It started showing up probably after the 2nd century of the Feyvelmach. It was around the same time that Beltania rose to godhood.
And a certain someone else, I'm assuming, was before or after?
After.
Okay. Sorry,
He
continue.
died. He died because I have this.
Because you
He
have
died
more?
because I was too weak. And I am tired of being too weak to save those I care about.
I understand. I will do what I can. So it won't be easy.
I never assumed it would be. But it will be worth it. It has to be worth it. And Roloi just sort of has a fire in his expression that is not often seen by the people
No.
around him.
But for her, that's determination, so she's confident this is going to go rather well. Keep that confidence in you. Keep that determination. You're going to need it.
He just nods.
And what of your friends?
He'll look to the rest of the crew of the Nightwish.
I'm assuming the rest of you aren't chrono mages.
No. However,
Shakes his head.
I do have a vested interest.
If you care to be around, it's fine.
Chronomancy in particular, but actually, I was wondering when we will reach into her pocket and shuffle around to try to find the note, and I'm trying to find out where I left it in here. Ah, yes. So, I read in a book that there is a grave belonging to a certain Alexandria here in Wyndiya. I need to understand for more information about this thing. Wenry will lift up her wrist and tap at the currently suppressed Kling Hex.
I did not ask you about that bit.
It's fine. Mirios, from what you can tell, the artifact that is currently adorned on the hand of Winry is an old one. You remember when it was first created, when it was first used. The individual that she speaks of, this Alexandria the White, there is a local gravesite to those fortunate enough to find themselves buried within Wyndiya.
Her grave is here, yes. I haven't seen that in quite some time.
Yeah, it, from what I've been able to find out, this originally belonged to her. And, maybe I'll be able to understand how this thing got cursed. If I maybe find a place where I'm able to be a little bit more in tune with the First Wielder.
Well, she can take them there, I'm assuming, right?
What?
She can take them to the grave, right?
Yes.
If not Marios, then probably Arona, but...
Yeah. Well, Arona needs to rest, and she gives a stern look.
In time. I promise.
Very funny. Yeah, going to the grave isn't hard. We can go there. Just be respectful is all I ask.
Of course. Winry will bow her head both in thanks as well as affirmation that she's going to be as polite as she can.
And you two?
I'm just happy to help support my friends right now.
We are also in search of a talisman. Sorry, it's a trinket.
You're gonna have to be a little bit more descriptive.
Hold on, I'm looking for. I was looking for the name of it.
She's like, "This is a pretty massive city with a lot of things in it."
Where's that specific name? I am not finding it really fast. But we are looking for the pirate coin thingy. And
the Pirate Lord Medallion.
Okay, yeah, okay. So that was the right one. Okay, I was like, does it have a special name? I swear it had a special name. No, it didn't. Okay.
The Pirate Lord's marker, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. Would she know about that? I don't know if that's within her...
You are aware of the marker. Unfortunately, you know that it is currently within the possession of one of the leading council members of Wyndiya. Yeah. And they're not often prone to be helpful.
Then there would be like that look of, okay, that one might be a little difficult. But you'll never know if you don't try. The one that has that, it's a bit of a jerk.
Would we have to do something for him or convince him otherwise to give it to us?
She'd look to Arona on that one.
That would be entirely up to him.
We'd have to gain an audience with him at least. And we'll see what happens from there.
Okay.
Oh, and player talk, just so it doesn't get forgotten. I believe Holly actually had an armor set that we were going to get some information of while we were here.
At the Adamantine Bastion, I don't think that's here.
Ah, my apologies, I got them confused.
No, you're good. I asked in the chat.
Yeah. I didn't see that. I was too busy writing notes.
All good, all good.
I can handle Lothdiear if you want to explain to them more about Arthur.
You mean the Orders of the Locust? Sure. I can do that. Not something I'm happy to explain.
We need as much information about Arthur as you can provide. He needs to be stopped, but also he currently has my wife.
Oh.
My daughter.
Oh. It's just angrier.
Trust me, I'm calm for now, but I wasn't earlier.
I don't blame
As
you.
you see is Arona kind of like stepping over. Might I actually borrow L'Oreal for a little while? See if I might be able to bargain my way into a meeting?
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
They're quite small and charming.
And you can see she goes like...
Yeah, that might work. Cater to his better side, for sure.
Hopefully.
Well,
As
some
you see is-
would call us halflings cute, so I believe that should work in our favor.
Right. As you see is those two make their way out of this temple. And as the doors once again close, so a lot of you kind of just take your place and listen to Mirios as she begins to explain both the Order of the Locust and the Umbrians.
So, you've met Arthur and a few of them, but Arthur is one of those Umbrians that I'm not very happy with, as you can see. But to understand where this deep-seated anger comes from, I'll have to explain them all. Or at least their order, anyway. They're called the Order of the Locust. It was commissioned by our king, King Roya, to observe the moon. What the observation was is to keep track of what's known as the Dawn Rite. Name drop. It's a sentient vault that they held every answer, item, and power that created sentience itself into the world of Erzheimel. The goal was to ultimately keep an eye on it to ensure no outside forces beyond the star and its outer realm reflections of 5 years while the rest of Lumeria built the Ragnar project. Successfully, they watched for 5 years, and it was never once threatened. And by the way, she's pacing by now. This is not a very fond memory. After which they foolishly decided to look beyond the moon and found something much darker and dangerous. And I don't say this lightly. This is something I was also sworn to secrecy, never to speak of, by my king. But if he's around, then it's only relevant at this point. The Dreadnought. Their leader, Modius, I cannot pronounce that last name. I'm so sorry. Tharmfall, thank you. He pleaded a case to our king to prepare and reinforce for such a being. However, this angered King Roya, and he claimed that they overstepped and had betrayed their direct order, causing a court to proceed where all Lumerians involved were stripped of their title and rank and to be banished to the Great Plainsland to never be trusted by their names or faces again, as they're cursed with a given mark of the Umbrian to hide their discovery of what lurks beyond the star. You've met Arthur. I don't know if you've met any of the others, but there's quite a few of them. Is she allowed to go down the list of names, or... Okay.
More than welcome to.
Sorry, everybody else. I have to ask where things are okay to say yet and what are not. I'm exposition! Their names being, as you heard, I've already mentioned, Arthur and Modius. Modius goes by the Wicked Arcanum. Arthur is the Famine Alchemist. We have, of course, Calrul Luminari, the Vile Oath. Harleen Lightguard, the Unjust Tempest. Juno Noiva, the Phantom Witness. I'm assuming that's Gregory?
Yes, Gregory.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Gregory Remlight, the Runebreaker. Dogan Wyatt, the Blind Beastmaster. Linda Einwies, the Blackened Arcane. Is that Jewel, Henry Vijewel?
Henry Vijewel.
Vijewel, sorry. The Volatile Zealot. Ruth Starright, the Depth Whisper. Edmund Fogate, the Rotten Shepherd. Astria Prisonward, the Broken Clockwork, and she just kind of like, at that.
That one hurts more because that was once a student.
Yeah. Like, she just kind of like flattens out her dress a little bit more, just trying to stay composed. Joan Shadeward, the Shadowed Sun, and Heath Idlewick, the Stained Cold Blood. They're traitors to the country and conspirators to its fall.
Well, technically, we've met all of them?
I'm sorry. Say that again?
We were trying to get some money in a bar one night, and there were
Excellent start, Captain.
a bunch of them.
You can hear the clocks tick a little faster for a second, like...
They were just there, communicating and communing with each other and watching a brawl, and, I've physically shaken hands with Modius. Yeah.
As you say that, Mirab,
Ugh.
the memory, that sight, that image, that thing in the night sky, massive and ever-consuming, connected to Modius somehow. That could very well be what is being referred to as the Dreadnought.
I think Roloi literally saw it, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, you did.
I think Roloi would like absentmindedly like reach a hand up to the white streak in his hair.
It's because of them that Lumeria fell in the first place.
I've seen it.
I've seen this dreadnought thing in a vision. It's very painful.
That doesn't surprise her, does it?
Not if it's connected to any of the any of the
specifically
Umbrians.
Modius for sure.
I have no idea what he was trying to fucking do, but I don't know if he was trying to do a spell on me or not, but luckily my patron
Closer to your
held
mic,
him.
I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Luckily my patron repelled him. I believe.
Patron?
Yeah.
Which one would this be?
Beltania?
I'm assuming she knows them because of the other thing.
She would.
Yeah. Why do I feel like Mirios would like her? Well, you're very lucky then.
Yeah, but it really threw her off her, it put her in a spiral for a
As
little
it
bit.
should.
Yeah. So, yeah. It's been wild, and we've technically met a lot of them at that bar. And it was very off-putting.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry you had to meet any of them.
I'm more concerned that this list of individuals were gathered at all. Clearly something is going to happen eventually.
If they're still meeting all together, it's probably about the same thing.
Yeah. Usually meetings like that is when you start trading information to try to get ahead and, yeah, plan something bigger, typically, when it comes to doing especially shady things.
I don't know whether I should be telling you the full heaviness of what it is or not.
I'm
Erin,
not sure.
Is she okay to explain this, or is she gonna...
That's up for the rest of the party if they desire
Yeah.
to know more.
Alright.
Sadly, my personal concerns is with my family, but if this thing is going to be a threat to our family, then
It already is. It's a threat to the whole star itself. And unfortunately, if your wife is with Arthur, it is very much tied into it.
I have to know about it.
I have a feeling we're all going to get involved at some point.
I
You
feel
should-
like we've run into too many Lumerians to ignore any
Umbrians.
of this. Or, sorry, Umbrians.
Like, she's got that look of, like, don't call them Lumerians.
My apologies.
I'm not... You wouldn't know, and I'm not going to judge you based on that, of course. It's just... My home is gone because of them. But it's known as the Adamantine Bastion at this point. So, the Dreadnought. The name of it is, I'm assuming it's Austris, right? Austreus. The Dread Titan of the Astral Sea. God of the Titans, Lord of the Asepsis, King of the Kind Void, and is one of the last remnants of those who held the very universe together in its creation, aside from the Primordials. Primordials fled from him before the founding, and in the far reaches before finding and establishing life on Earthseheimel, Austreus uses a massive moon as his ship. It's probably what they saw beyond the moon. He consumes other stars for unknown reasons. Roloi himself was designed to be the Titan Slayer before he grew too strong to be controlled by the gods. Using their one chance to put an end to him and hope to find a suitable champion to defend their star. But I don't believe anyone can. And before the fall, the king teleported me out of Lumeria before it fell.
Sorry that you have to remember such a hurtful moment.
Sad and hurtful, but helps prepare for what to deal with in the future. Hopefully to avoid the same mistakes.
Nods.
I have no idea what Arthur has planned for your wife or why he needs her. But I can guarantee you it's not going to be good for her or your family.
Merritt gives a frown.
And what's frustrating even more is that he is very charismatic, feigns to actually care.
Merritt gives kind of a look and nod of like, he seems to fully understand this already, which is, it might be troubling to somebody like themselves, is like, Murad knows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They forced Roya to use the Ragnarok project to ascend to godhood, so he can protect the city. The magic backlashed and the entire country disappeared overnight. It's what makes up the slums of Arario now. The Ragnarok project was to destroy Vecna's army, but it also took out the Lumerian race and Roya in all one big swoop.
As this revelation comes to mind, Holly, you remember what Balthazar told you about the gods, that they themselves are cowards, and that they fear something, that they would flee from it. Austreus, the Dreadnought, their actions that led to the fall of Lemuria, that's a huge part of their history that was never written in the books. And you can tell somebody standing before you, the very person who watched it all crumble down around them. No way, just from insight alone, would Mirios be lying.
And I'm sorry you have to know this now. It's a heavy burden to know, and yet feel so helpless about it.
It's good to know these things, regardless. Because if we don't know history, then we are doomed to repeat it, of course.
This is all shocking and concerning in so many ways. I fear that if the Umbrians are making a move, it might be something that shakes the very foundations of the way our world operates.
You'd be very right to say that. The fact that they're all together again.
My own ancestor called the gods cowards. And I can only imagine that the threat that you speak of is what they were afraid of.
It is. Which is why she looks at Murad, your own patron, is very much in disarray about it. The prime deities and the endless both have every reason to fear it.
Not sure. If being realistic at the moment, can, but it doesn't hurt to try. Try to stop them from doing this. Or at least hinder them enough so someone else can try.
I'll never be one to say never try, so. But Arthur is dangerous.
Murad nods. And he's trying to do ridiculous things, but he's also looking for the Sandtide.
The Sandtide. Arthur.
As the mention of the Sandtide comes to light, as the eyes of the world begin to break away for a moment, what seemed like hours, or what seemed like a few hours for you, has already turned to nighttime in the world of Erziheimel. During the late hours, Cotton.
Yeah.
You are called to the private study of Arthur von Drew.
Oh boy. She doesn't want to, but she will make her way over and just lightly tap at the door.
Come in.
She'll enter. Just kind of like timid at first.
As the door slides open and you walk through, you see as he's sitting at this desk that has been affixed to the very floor. And on the side you see are many shelves full of chemicals and parts of monsters. Some even what one would assume to be humanoid body parts as well. Strewn across this massive office are these two big chairs before the desk, and various papers kind of strewn about everywhere. Please, take a seat.
Okay.
As you see, he kind of leans back and grabs something from under the desk, and a pen and quill, or a penned quill, ink, and paper land in front of him on this checkboard. Right. Well then. Let us begin.
Begin what?
I am going to ask you various questions to detect your mental aptitude since the incident.
Fair enough.
Right. Let's start with the first question. How are you today?
Emotionally distraught. Still. But I'm here.
Do you feel aware of yourself?
Yeah.
Have you ever had any recent incidents where your sense of self has slipped?
Game terms, humanity points?
Mm-hmm.
A little. Seeing the ship again. Doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing or a good thing, it's just some of the memories are hard.
I do not deny that. I've come to a conclusion that your mind is, while damaged, can be properly repaired.
It's not damaged. When you go through something that traumatic, it's trying to protect itself.
Yes, to protect itself from more harm. I've watched you for a great deal of time now.
Mm-hmm.
Whether you knew it or not.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that without consent.
Fortunately, my intrusiveness is necessary.
Well, you know where I stand on it, as usual.
Curiously, though, your reaction on the night of the blood moon.
You saw that?
I was aware of it.
How?
More secrets that I will reveal to you in time.
Mm. She's absolutely just making those noises. Like, she's being absolutely honest with him. She's not happy with that.
Dr. Cottonelle, think of this for a moment. After what has been nearly 2.5 years of your absence, you've managed to reconnect not only with Mr. Mirad, as well as your father. I'm well and assured that many of you have certain opinions of me that has led you to mistrust me. I've heard you speak ill of me on multiple different occasions.
I mean, you have my child, so.
By your orders, and your husband's orders as well. Lest we forget that it was your father that attacked this very ship, nearly killing us all.
I'm aware.
It was my duty. I was asked to keep her safe. And so I did. And in time, she will never ever claim harm from anyone ever again. Of course, that is entirely up to you.
I've never harmed her.
That is not what I mean. My goal is to assure that Zara never meets harm, as per the instruction of my duty.
Oh, she's doing her best to not brow raise after what she heard from Arona about the fractalization and all that. Okay.
But, as for our main concern, I do not wish for you to feel like you are under the circumstance of needing to hate me for the actions that I had followed with thorough effort. Believe it or not, I truly do find love to be quite the answer to many situations. Love is such a beautiful thing. One of the very rare human traits that beings like myself had to learn over time.
Learn it?
As you have spoken before, I was once a Lumerian. Our race is not fond of too much romance. We are a created people, designed. And the very few that were not created, but rather given life from union, love. Some of us desired it, wanted it. I was unfortunately one of those individuals who was designed. Therefore, having to learn love came very slowly to me. But I did. And I love you all as my own family, as I have for the past 14 years. So believe me when I say this. I will do anything to help you, to help Mirad, and to help Zara.
You mean to help me get rid of this ability that I still have?
I intend to remove its cursed aspect of it.
And how do you plan to do that? I can't remember most of it, and you only had one of the books. And you were right. It was changed by him. But I understand why he did it. Just wish you would have told me instead.
You are clinging to something of Alois Asher. Even though he had lied to you, harmed you.
He's also my father and the reason I'm even alive.
True. But yet even he does not have the answer to your cure. And his resources... And his resources to that answer belong to me.
You mean they belong to me, you just happen to have them. This was my work.
Dr. Cottonelle, please look around you and tell me what you see.
Sorry, I'm blanking on what you described for a second. That's the ADHD in me. I'm so sorry.
I've got a little description of it in the notes.
As looking around, you see again this room of study, science, papers are strewn everywhere, the bottles, the equipment, everything.
Yeah. They're all finished experiments from what I can see. Or at least parts of them.
I'm not talking about just the objects. Look around. So he gets up and he extends his arms in that classical Arthur way. This is one room on my ship. This ship, the Luxon Initiative, was built by me, designed by me, to cultivate the greatest minds for a brighter future. And you are a part of that. The answer to your cure is not something your father will be able to find. Because this resource, this ship, my Luxon Initiative, is what he had always depended on for those answers.
My notes were flawed. So how would we have the answer to fix this now? I still don't remember most of anything.
Well, that's why you're here. To find the answer. I will promise you, you will have the answer before any of your allies return from Wyndiya. And you see as he walks over and he leans on the corner of the desk, seated nearest to you. I promise I will not fail you.
I know you well enough. I know what that means, but I need you to also promise me something. This result of the experiment that my father messed with is never to be used. I've seen the end results of it. What do you mean, oops?
I believe a particular part of this conversation may have been missed upon.
Enough with the dancing around. What do you mean, oops?
As you're staring at him, you hear another voice in the corner of the room. He's already begun using the experiment. As both heads snap and turn and see a white-robed individual with long golden hair and galaxy blue eyes. Modius.
You again.
Yes. By my command, unfortunately. He is helping the very particular problem that Erzheimel has faced since the dawn of its inception. Your little experiment had provided us quite a bit of insight.
Insight into a violent mistake.
As you see as he looks at you, I would watch your tone with me, human. I don't find your kind raising their voice to me exactly a calming notion. See as Arthur gets up from the table. Obvious. We are going to look into the depths of the east and western tundra. But before that, as you see as the hand waves, the eyes of the world raise up to Wyndiya once more.
Why am I stuck there with 2 Umbrians now?
Oh, let me tell you, it is hard to keep up in these notes. I'm so sorry if I missed some things.
You're good.
Sorry.
You're good.
Gucci.
Loaf.
This is a lot of information.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be the information episode.
I am exposition ex machina, so.
As Mirios, you go to explain.
I think you've got a little criminal meowing at your door, Aaron.
Bet she is.
Continue to be a criminal. Locked out.
The conversation of the Sandtide and what you know of it.
Mirio saying this or Mirad?
Mirios.
Okay.
As that gets brought up in conversation.
You're telling me that Arthur is after the Sandtide?
Garrett nods.
Sorry, I also have a honking lo-fi to my right. He wants my food. What did Arona tell you?
That whoever tries to use the Sandtide will become... and Mirad kind of looks to Roloi to make sure that he says the terminology correctly. Fractured?
Fractalized?
Fractalize. That's it.
She's not as immediately giving with this information.
Yes, she did ask what we would do with the Sandtide if we found out any information about it.
Give me 1 second. I'm texting the husband to take lo-fi because he's just going to keep honking.
The boy.
He's just like, I haven't been fed in 1600 years.
We love the lo-fi, but he's too hunky right now.
But she asked us what we would do with the Sandtide, and we all gave our respective answers. And so she told us more about the details of the Sandtide, and that it travels through time and messes with time. But whoever uses it split up throughout the time, I think. I'm probably not the best to talk about it, but
Got the most of
we
it.
have a theory that we have a strong belief that my daughter might be Arthur's way of getting around that. Might use my daughter for that.
He would. He wouldn't see this as a way of harming anybody.
Exactly.
You're
That's
existing.
how I phrased it.
Be existing on many ripples of time, but never who you originally were.
Mm-hmm.
So technically, you're not being harmed. By his terms, he likes to do a lot of mental gymnastics. You have to really try to outsmart him.
Yeah, he puts his hands on his hips and nods. He's like, I know. I know.
It's
I'm very aware.
infuriating and tiring.
It is. It is very exhausting. But he's missing something. And we're going to make sure that he continues to not have that something.
Pause.
And Mirai,
I got it.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I just got a very long text.
And Murad kind of gestures lightly to, like, he doesn't say it out loud. Like, he's being extremely cautious. He doesn't know what may or may not be heard at all. But he gestures to the daydream on his hip.
She'll raise a brow and tilt her head. May I see it? You're safe here.
Arthur found a way to find us in a very protected island.
There's no way he's here. He can't.
No, I know, but how he was able to see and hear us at times, I have no idea. I'm just being cautious, but yes. And Murad pulls out the daydream and holds it out with both hands. Like, sure.
She'll very gently take it in her hands, just to make sure she knows what she's seeing before her, to confirm.
As you pick up the daydream, all the temporal magic stored in it comes rushing to your mind. The waves of time, its ebb, its flow, the way it trickles down like sand in an hourglass. The thought of your duty comes to mind.
You do indeed have the first half of it. And she will respectfully hand it back to you. No hesitation.
Murad sheaths the sword.
Didn't think I'd be speaking about this anytime soon. Not since Sam's here, anyway.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. That memory isn't bad at all. It's actually one of the better memories.
Good.
As you begin to take a deep breath and recall, we're going to go ahead and take a quick 10-minute break.
Perfect timing!
Perfect timing. And we will be right back with what will be the second half of this episode. So yeah, see you all in 10 minutes. we're back, and everyone's here.
No, I was here the whole time.
Yeah. Hey, what's up?
Yeah. Oh goodness
Wow.
me, oh my. Wow. Alrighty.
Hold on, give me 1 second. I have to kick the dog out again.
Oh no.
Ow.
Don't worry. I gotta find the song
no.
anyways. Alrighty.
Wait, how long has the session been going on for?
2 hours.
Like 2.5 hours.
Oh my fucking god! I'm so okay.
My goodness, you were sawing logs.
No, dude, I set an alarm and everything, and I went to bed early. I slept through it though. I'm sorry.
It's alright. Nobody's blaming you. Nobody is blaming you. It's alright. But it is nice.
You're here.
You're here, and we will be able to give your character an official send off without having to worry.
And I am well rested.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, that being said, as the eyes of the world return and we find ourselves within Wyndiya. L'Oreal.
Yes. Oh.
Yep, go right to you.
As you walk through the streets of Wyndiya, catching the sights of these massive buildings, these open and beautiful streets, the clouds that are pure white and fluffy, standing or walking beside Arona to another one of these massive buildings. I was hoping I might be able to catch you a little bit in private.
Oh. Well, what for?
I recognize that you yourself have a very particular talent for magic.
Yes, you noticed? Did you want to hear one of my performances? Maybe.
I would love to, actually. Probably not now because we have business to attend to.
Oh, yeah, yes, of course. I put my instrument away.
I can promise that might be useful soon. But, whilst my professionality is mostly with those with innate magical abilities, I do recognize those who have learned from ancient secrets and stories, and those like yourself who adorn themselves with those secrets, magics, and jewels. And I was wondering if, by any interest of someone like yourself who is in search of not just only treasures, but also knowledge as well, that you would be welcome to staying here within Wyndiya for a while.
Really? Like, I could stay here and learn and perform in this beautiful city?
Exactly.
L'Oreal is, like, shocked and really happy. I would, in a heartbeat. I left my old city because it was so boring and there was nothing else left to do. I performed at every single venue. This place is beautiful. I'd love to. Problem is, I have no money. How much does this cost? How much is the tuition?
There is no exchange of coin here. Only services and goods. We find that in a city like this, we find each other using our skills and our abilities and what we've cultivated over the past several millennia will be necessary to have someone who's like you. I imagine those who would love to hear your songs and many who would agree that you're worth it.
Thank you. I would love to have the honor of becoming Wyndiya's finest bard, if you'll have me.
I look forward to see you achieve that goal.
I'm so excited.
Oh.
So when do I start?
Probably after we finish helping your friends.
Yes, of course. But they probably won't stay here for much longer, will they?
I'm not sure what their future holds, actually. Whatever decisions that they might make will probably be made once everything begins to settle.
Okay,
However,
in
I
that
don't
case...
However, I don't imagine that they would not be uninvited from Wyndiya.
Oh, that'd be amazing. But if they do have to continue on their journey, I'd like to go on one more adventure with them.
We'll see when we return to them. First, as she looks up towards this massive, almost court-like building, these massive towering pedestals that hold up what is this this front end, and what you see is that massive symbol, that swirl of wings and this almost storm-like motif behind it. Looking up at this massive court, it is intimidating, because not only does it accommodate those of more medium size, but it also accommodates those who have a much more huge stature. As example by the massive storm giants passing by. Right. Well, let's see how persuasive you really are. Shall we?
Yes, of course.
Before promptly both of you making your way into that massive court, and we will transition to Mirios and the rest of the group as you go to explain the Sandtide.
Yeah. Before she does, she'd probably do that flick of the wrist and make sure that the doors are locked.
Mm-hmm.
The information I give to you is a heavily guarded secret. As you probably heard from Arona, it's not something we would give lightly.
Of course.
You hold one half of the Sandtide, as I'm sure she explained to you.
Red nuts.
Mm-hmm. So, hold on, I'm sorry.
Read.
If you have... Humor me, how did you get up here, by the way?
Oh, with your friend's help.
Just as you are?
We have a ship called the Nightwish, and it is a very lovely ship. It is technically not my ship.
Winry will, in the corner.
And what does this ship look like?
Oh, it's a... Mirad would explain, like, probably, like, the model, as well as, like, sail, the types of sails that it has, and then the fact that it is starry night and bronze. Has a depiction of a bronze dragon on the front.
Understood.
It was found on Winry's island, I believe.
With the Kwakanada people, I presume.
Correct.
Well. So you have one half of the Sandtide. So the Nightwish, as you call it,
Yes.
technically is the Sandtide. However, like I said, it's one half. the scale that was used to create it was from Nox, the primordial dragon. Her other half, Lux, also gave a scale, but it was originally gifted to Roya as a reward for protecting Erziheimel. When Lumeria disappeared, they decided to split it. So they asked the giants of Wyndiya here to act as a lock and key, so that no one would know where the Lux scale is, and the Night Wish became a gift to the Quakanada people, but they would have no idea what it is that was on their island.
No. If I may briefly describe, the ship actually had been chained underwater in a secret cove.
Hidden. As it
yes.
For good reason.
And actually my family had been keeping tabs on this sword, when we will gesture to the daydream, and it had actually been an artifact guarded by my family for I don't know how many generations.
But considering that your island was hidden by Mumgrir, it was well guarded.
Oh, very much so. Until recently.
The other scale is within Wyndiya. The person who found it was Amsir. When he touched it, he fractalized. He risked it all. And eventually he would find me, and I became the guardian of that secret. Had you not told me about the sword and your ship, I would never have told you. And it's not something I would ever mention outside of this room. If Arthur's listening, and I'm sure he will try.
I have no intention of giving him any information.
So if you should combine the daydream with the Lux scale, the one to wield the blade that follows the fractalization would become captain of the Sandtide. So yes, you have been technically on the Sandtide before it is actually created.
Mirad kind of frowns.
Considering that he has not tried to take it from you, it's a very safe assumption he has no idea. But he has some idea if he's trying to get up here into Wyndiya. Don't underestimate him.
I won't. Don't. Try not to. You already know that we need to keep this away, but even more so now, and definitely keeping that knowledge away from him is going to be very crucial.
He would be the coward, though, to use someone else to fractalize and then become the captain himself, though. It's too brilliant of a mind to lose. If she had pupils, she'd be rolling her eyes.
Mirad also rolls his eyes a little bit, because, yeah.
She'd see that and be like, thank you, I can't do that.
Yes. Brilliant. Air quote. More like insane.
So long as you're not calling him stupid, then I have no concern, because then you're underestimating him. He is not stupid. Which is frustrating. What to do.
We have a to-do list. Sure. While we're here, so we'll probably be up here for at least a day or two.
I want to make sure you are well equipped before going back down there, and she's looking at Roloi mostly.
Right. Of course. Take as long as we need. So. Can't believe that the Night Wishes.
You've been standing on it this whole time. It is a well-kept secret. So I will have to call upon someone about the other half of it. And what to do. I guarded the secret. I never thought someone would actually be here for it. with the right intentions. You're not planning to use it, right?
No.
None of us are.
The only thing, and I've told my friend this, the only thing that I want is my family back. To be safe.
She's been alive for a long time. She's got some pretty good insight, so I can assume she takes that as pure honesty.
It 100% is.
I'm asking Aaron because, like, there are some things that I can say that are, like, game story-wise versus what's actually on the sheet that I have to also be governed by, so.
Yeah.
His heart is pure.
Yes. Well, seems you've come to the right place for most of the things that you need. No time like the present. Yes, I'm aware of puns.
As this
The doors would
information
unlock.
begins, as the information begins to settle, and the lot of you, now with every revelation between the Dreadnought, the truth of the Sandtide, as well as help, the thought of time will pass as the eyes of the world begin to move again.
Oh boy.
Let me see. Cotton,
Yeah?
make me a strength saving throw.
Motherfucker!
Oh dear.
I'm not going to change the title of this character back and forth on the smartphone, just to understand it's Cotton if we read it. Okay?
I know your strength save is a -1.
No, it's not. It's a +2.
Oh yeah, because
You're thinking of Mirios.
yeah. No, because I know strength is one of the saves for a fighter. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, I think my dice fell asleep. Oh, there it goes. 18 + 2, soft 20.
Soft 20? No. As you fail the DC, suddenly your body is lifted from the chair and then it is slammed against the wall where the door is, as you're pinned against it. And you see as Arthur immediately jolts forward. Modius! Now, Arthur, I believe I told you to do something in varying specific terms. I wanted you to find your way to Wyndiya. You told me that your old pal from the good old days had the key. You had the mage in hand, and you just let it slip through your fingers. Failure is to be met with punishment. As you see, as the hand turns, you see Cotton beginning to almost get twisted into the wall, even to the point where the metal begins to even bend a bit.
I can't scream because neighbors, but definitely screeching in pain.
As you see, as Arthur is like, "You've made your point. If there is somebody to punish, it is to punish me. I failed. Yes, but this is your pet. Your lovely little human pets that you love to keep around. These sick little things that you seem to favor so greatly." As you see as the hand turns just away, almost as if to give relief to Cotton. Now, I am going to warn you one last time, do not fail me. you are to head to the Eastern Tundra, and you are going to release those creations of yours. And you are to look for the abyss. Hopefully this time, you won't fail. Because if you do, as the hand turns, you suddenly feel as if your head is being forced to the side. And forced some more. And you begin to feel, you're noticing that he is inches away from snapping your neck. I won't let you keep your pets around anymore. Before the hand opens and you see as Cotton just hits the floor, gasping for air.
She's going to be smart and not say much to him. He needs to stay alive. But she is glaring at him.
Yeah. As he looks to you, sees the head bends a bit. Who gave you the right to look at me, scum?
She's still gonna not say anything, but she's not gonna look away either.
As you see, he goes and steps further. Suddenly, Arthur puts his body between him. You've made your point. Now leave. Very well. Best of luck, Arthur. For walking away and over your body as the door opens and the body fades to mist. The door shuts. For Arthur walks over and gets on a knee and grabs you on the shoulder. Dr. Cottonello, you all right?
What did you do?
I failed. This is what failure looks like to my people. To Umbrians.
You
know
used the
that.
mistake and you made an army of whatever the heck I am.
I see. That is what you meant. Yes. A proper method this time, though. If you would care to see.
I don't know if I want to.
I have the faint feeling that you have seen more than your fair share today. And kindly, lifting you up by the arm. And looking at your neck. I'm sorry for my friend's rude introduction.
That is no friend. Friends don't speak to each other like that.
You do not know Modius like I do. He truly does want the world to be better, much like we do. He unfortunately has a very different disposition.
You see me as a pet too?
I've never once thought of you as such. As you see as he reaches up to the corner of the mask, one of the large sections that covers one of the eyes. And you see as he kind of grasps it, and you see as small streams of heated air push out as the whole fold begins to move back. And under it you see fair skin and an eye that gleams in the color of red. I've always appreciated humans. I've always valued them. Rodius does not. And that is the difference between us. I care for your lives. He cares for the world. That is not the same thing.
What does he want with this? This killed my assistant, nearly killed the other. It's the reason I lost my family for 2 years. I lost 15 years of my life. Why would you recreate that?
Because it is the answer that I have been looking for. One of them. Are you aware of the East and Western Tundra?
Vaguely.
Inhospitable lands that cannot ever be traversed. Even those who have natural-born resistances to cold find themselves frozen amongst its icy wastelands. However, your discovery has provided a rather interesting anomaly. You've created humans that are capable of surviving harsh environments. You've succeeded in one of the greatest missions that the Luxon has ever needed. The ability to find the abyss within the tundras.
The abyss?
Once we find... Yes. It's a secret. A secret long held by old Lumerian ideals. That there is an abyss on each end of the world, and within it holds what I believe to be Erzheimer's salvation.
Salvation from what?
More answers in time. But for now, rest. You've been through quite enough today.
And what of my ring?
He goes and walks over to the desk. And see as he pulls out a small box. Clear glass box. And he walks over and he places it in your hand. I would have hoped to have returned this to you in a better circumstance, but today is better than any.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Dr. Cottonelle. As he leads you out, and the door shuts behind you. The first major reveal, there is more going on than one could have ever imagined. This is what you're here for. Information.
Sure is.
As the eyes of the world return, Verona and L'Oreal walking through this massive building. As L'Oreal, you notice the several different kinds of races and figures that kind of walk these halls. They find it quite interesting as well as unique, almost exotic, that a halfling among all people are here.
Are there not very many halflings in this place?
There's actually none, believe it or not. You're probably
So-
the first.
The first?
The first time in a long while.
Oh, I can't wait! So,
Well-
no halflings except me. Are there any other bards?
I'm sure that there are those who have performed quite a interesting mishmash of musical talent, as well as other performing arts as well. Right before you see what is this massive desk, sitting there is also a very feminine-looking cloud giant. Her hair looking like long streams of a waterfall and kind of misting out towards the shoulders. You can see with what looks like to be this one large spectacle, and she's kind of holding up papers. Moraine! And you see as she lowers the papers. Lady Arona and guest.
Oh, hello. My name's L'Oreal. I'm a bard halfling, and I'm very interested in attending this lovely facility.
As you see, as Arona, actually, no, we were supposed to come here to talk to a council member who's a bit of a jerk, and hopefully that your more persuasive abilities might be to our benefit.
Oh!
As you see as the cloud giant woman, kind of just moves the hair back. He isn't going to want to see either of you.
Would he perhaps... Well, okay. Would he... Maybe not for a meeting, but would he perhaps like to hear a song?
Yes, actually. L'Oreal here is one of the most talented bards within Erziheimel. And I'm relatively sure that your ward is more than capable of enjoying a delightful performance of the most unique kind. As you see as the large cloud giant leans towards you, looking down. Lothier is not one for midday entertainment.
Not even for a midday chat? I am the first halfling to walk these grounds in quite a while. Wouldn't he be interested, even a little bit?
Make a persuasion check.
Oh, fuck.
You're a bard. It
You're
should
a
be
bard.
fine.
You got this.
Yeah.
You got this.
You got a plus 9.
I got this. There's not a single doubt. Watch me get a nat 0. Hold on. Persuasion. Let's
Don't
see.
put that evil out. Don't put that evil.
No.
Do I just... Oh, okay.
Yeah, just click the gnome book.
Yeah,
You're fine.
Last year... He's not doing much anyways. As she goes and kind of folds through one of the books. I suppose the schedule is wide open for the next 10 minutes. Make it quick. Whatever it is that you're trying
Certainly.
to petition him to. As you see as the cloud giant kind of waves the hand as the doors slide open with ease. Quickly. And you see as Arona's good job, let's go.
Oh, thank you.
Keep that going.
Yeah. As entering, you see what is this massive room with various books and what looks like to be this strange globe made of glass on the top, but there's nothing on the bottom. And there it kind of watches as the world of Erziheimel just turns. As looking past what is these massive windows that stare out into that giant open cloud of sea of clouds, you see a rather large Goliath man, head fully shaven, these massive lightning-like marks for tattoos, as Goliaths are prone to desire, as well as what are these beautiful Wyndiyan robes that kind of fold and make what is this slight sash that define the importance of a council member like this. Okay, so we're here to get a Pirate Lord's marker, and he's the only one that could possibly have it. So
Okay, a Pirate Lord's marker. Got it.
yes, and it's should be about no bigger than that.
Okay,
Probably
okay.
some skulls on it.
Remind me again what this Pirate Lord marker is for?
It's for your friends.
Oh, yes, of course.
All right, as you see, as the large head turns, Arona, and apparently guest.
Hello, I'm Guest.
Lothkier, I was hoping that you might be able to help us with something. Denied. That was quick. You may go now.
There's a really important item that we need. It is of the utmost importance, and
Denied.
I don't have any money with me right now, but I was wondering if perhaps in exchange for a song.
See, as the hand kind of stops at midway. A song.
Yes, that is my specialty.
As he looks at you. An outsider with a song to sing. And what is this item that you are looking for?
It is a Pirate Lord's marker? Pirate Lord's marker.
As you say that, he walks over and he grabs something on the side of the desk. And he goes to show it with what looks like to be this large medallion with two skulls meeting towards the middle and this blank space in the middle. This, a Pirate Lord's marker, is quite a valuable asset. Why would I hand over something like this for a song?
I could give you a performance that is of equal value to that marker.
There is nothing in this world of equal value to this. Imagine, if you will, the ability to tell a pirate lord what to do, where to be, and why they're going to be there. This is a line of defense for the entirety of Wyndiya, should a pirate lord ever make their way to our shores. I would be able to stop them dead in their tracks. You would believe that I would sacrifice my people's safety before anything else?
Question, would I be allowed to borrow it, or is this not something that can be just lent?
It is a very powerful symbolic thing.
Mm-hmm.
To borrow is pretty much to give away.
Okay.
Because to use a marker would mean that you are bound to the rules of the marker until the rules that were set are completed.
Oh, okay, I see. Well, I know this probably doesn't matter much to you, but I promise this is for a very good cause. It would not be used for any malicious reasons. I need it to help a friend. Or like 5 friends.
So you haven't answered my fundamental question, though.
Oh, right. Well, I have a lot of confidence in my abilities, and since I'm an outsider from very far away, I believe I can play you a piece that you have never heard before. Or even several, if you desire, or if you have the time for it.
As you see as the hand waves, one of the large chairs slides across these perfect marbled floors and then slowly meet the back of his legs before he sits down and crosses one of his legs. I'll make a bet with you then. One song. Only one. If I cannot be moved, if I cannot be moved to either joy or tears, then I will kill you where you stand.
Oh!
You did just learn one that was really sad.
Yeah, I was gonna play that one.
Something really meaningful to it.
Okay.
Whisper.
You know what? Never, I guess. Jesus. Okay. I would like to play the piece that I learned or had Wenry translate for me back at the library at Arona's school, if I may.
Okay.
I was just, sorry, Arona, I was snooping around.
Yeah. Arona's like, wait a fucking second, I know this one.
Oh my goodness.
Soph? No!
Oh my goodness.
It's 2 of my goodnesses. Are you okay, bud?
No, it's fine. The iPad's acting weird. Hold on.
Oh.
Glare
Come
at it.
on, iPad. You got this.
T-pose for dominance. There it goes. See? It works.
As see, he holds the marker before you as you go and pull out the harp. Make me a performance check with advantage.
Advantage. So roll it twice, take the highest.
Oh, okay. Performance.
I'm pretty sure if you hold down shift and click, it'll give you the advantage roll.
If you right click, you can choose advantage. Yeah.
Ah, there you go. Yeah. So 16, and then next one.
Just click it one more time.
Oh.
I saw a dirty 20.
Yeah.
Yep.
It only flashed 16 on my bad.
Oh,
I
okay.
see a 20 and a 16.
Yeah.
I'll
Yes.
screen cap.
I
So
rolled it twice.
I would suggest the 20.
No, I'll take the lower one.
With fear in your heart, you know he would mean what he says. So you take out your harp. As you step forward, you play the first few notes of this dirge. For having to catch yourself, knowing that this is a terrifyingly mournful song. As you begin to play, the images come back. Almost as if this scene, this symphony of sadness, you see that street. People crying and running. People begging for salvation. And then walking in those streets, at the head of it all, this creature of undeath, meeting these tall 14 individuals before they disappear into the night. That flash of white, that awful flash of light, as it consumes the land of Lumeria. The cries to gods, the sad song, how it tore through time, how it became history. As the last strum as you look up and you see, bending over in his chair on the ground, you see these large tears staining the marble. What terrifying sadness. As he goes and extends the medallion out, almost not without reluctance, but with hesitance. Suppose I've been bested.
I hope you enjoyed my song.
Lowers it into your hands, and by the way, this thing is like a dinner plate to you.
That's true.
We halflings, they're pretty small.
Where did you find such a song?
I actually learned it not too long ago. It was in a library. It was amongst a bunch of other older pieces. And I had a friend help translate it for me.
Is this a friend that you said you wanted to help?
Yes, the very same.
I see. As you see, as he gets up, almost as if to still try and cover the face of a man having sat there and wept. I can hear him. I got IEMs in and I can hear him. See, as he bends the head down a bit. You may both leave. As you see, as Arona walks up to your side, L'Oreal, we should probably go.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much.
And looking up to her, you also notice somebody who's trying to stoically hold back tears as well.
Yeah, Arona would know the story, wouldn't she?
Oh, also, sorry.
Oh.
I look up at Arona and I'm like, I hope you don't mind that I kind of sort of took, or not really took, but learned the piece without your permission in your library.
The Academy is designed to learn from things. You learned something, and it proved advantageous in the end. Certainly I wouldn't find myself angry at you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. As the two of you re-enter into the city and make your way and reconvene with the rest of the party. Returning back to that temple, as Mirios, as you manage to wrap up with as much of this information as possible, you notice as the doors open, L'Oreal and Arona walking through as the rest of you take note to their presence.
So, how did it go?
I mean, I kind of see it in their arms.
I'm like trying my best to hide it behind my tiny body. It's very obviously showing. Well, I guess the surprise has been ruined, but look what I got.
How?
I pull it out from under my cape.
How did you manage to do that? I really didn't have much hope. I'm sorry. The man is insufferable.
A bard has her ways. I mean, of course, I almost died for it, but I succeeded in the end.
Merrick furrows
I'm
his
making a lot of
brow.
assumptions right
Immediately concerned father.
now. I am in the middle of
threatened you?
making a bunch of assumptions.
Okay. Quick story. How'd you do it? What'd you
All
do?
right, so you know that absolutely gorgeous moving piece that we found in the library before they helped me translate?
You
Yeah,
used that one?
I did.
Oh, thank goodness.
What piece is
It
this?
I was nervous because I hadn't really gotten much practice with playing it, but I don't know, just the moment I started playing it, the notes just kind of came to me. And he ended up really liking it.
Forget.
That is true, and a song that he won't forget either, because guess who got a pirate marker?
Kind of just holding it up.
Looking to... Mirios is looking to Rona like, what?
Mirad helps pick it up. Thank you.
What
Like he actually kneels down.
Yeah, what possibly reached this man's heart?
Well,
What is the actual name of that song, Aaron? Do you have a name for it, or
The
do you just
Fall of
want to?
Lumeria.
There you go.
Oh, yeah, that would do it.
the only thing more effective than a persuasive tongue is a persuasive instrument. And as you know, music is a universal language that I happen to excel at.
You did very good.
But also I was terrified.
I'll have a talk with him later about that one. She's not happy with that.
People too often visit your shores.
Oh,
but
what?
I'm glad that you're safe.
thank you.
Well, that's one thing down.
So what's next? What are you guys using this for?
Well, we're kind of... We have a list of individuals that we kind of need to remove. And this is one of the ways to call them to attention. Basically, tell them to meet us in a time and place
To
so we
challenge them.
can help dispatch them.
Are we gonna go kill that Arthur guy?
I don't
Probably
think
not
we're-
soon.
Oh, okay.
I don't think we're quite there yet.
Alrighty.
I mean, there's someone I have in mind, but I'm going to leave the final call up to everyone.
This and just
You're
to
biased.
I am biased. Thank you.
just to fill in, because I know that they weren't there during that last part of the fight. He took down my whole health bar in a single attack.
He paralyzed Cotton in an instant and hit
So-
Arona with 70 points of force damage.
It was a very big curve stomp. We have no way. You would have solved all that carnage.
Yeah, Roloi literally did a gravity spell and he just stood there like it was nothing.
I hit him with my highest level spell slot, and he tanked it just completely.
Oh, what the hell?
He's
And
a boss.
He still has cotton?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
We weren't meant to win that fight.
Mm-mm. Not at all. But just because your character would know this,
We're trying to fill you in real quick. Yeah.
Okay.
It was
This
very
is just
spooky.
player knowledge.
So that just leaves
Um,
fixing your chronomancy and your bracelet.
Yes.
And also the scale.
Mm.
That's not on her right now, right? She knows where
No,
it is,
the-
but she doesn't have it on her.
Yeah, the scale is elsewhere.
Okay. I'm asking Aaron just to be sure, because there's a bunch of information I do know that I'm trying not to say out of turn.
Oh yeah. No, I know.
Okay.
So, do we want to take care of the Kleenex first, or
Kleenex.
It's the Klinghex, sir, not the Kleenex.
I'm sorry, my accent.
It's okay.
My very,
Listen.
very Celsian accent.
Listen, we have someone here the name of Cottonelle.
I know,
Really, we can
the
do
joke
it.
keeps going.
Yeah, I think we also have somebody with L'Oreal here as well. Oh.
But
But yes.
so either we deal with that next, or would we be even able to help you, Roloi?
No, but myself
You can
and
sit and watch.
I'm sure we can hang out for emotional support.
Woo!
I mean, you're more than
Yeah,
welcome
it's better
to.
than nothing.
I worry.
Well, the grave doesn't take much to go to. Anybody could go there. As far as I know, Aaron. The chronomancy is going to take a bit of time.
So we will be here for a few days.
I will try to make sure that everything goes smoothly, and I feel confident you're leaving here confident in your own magic before you go to rescue your friend.
Well, I will nod, yeah.
If that's the case, then I'm wondering if Marios, you are going to be occupied here helping out Roloi. Arona, would it be possible to ask you to guide me to Alexandria's grave?
Of course.
And Holly, I'm wondering if you can help me out. I'm not exactly the religious type, the meditation type. Do you think you could give me some pointers?
I was planning on tagging along. I like to visit a grave.
That would be very helpful then.
It's a very famous grave.
I imagine it might be. Alexandria is a very big character, even outside of this place.
I think it would be a nice recharge to be in a graveyard for a little while. It's familiar to me.
This doesn't bother Mirios at all. This is normal.
When your goddess is a death god.
And when you've been alive for like 6,000 years.
Hey, graveyards are beautiful places.
They're very peaceful.
They're very quiet, yes.
At least they're supposed to be anyway.
I believe Talos and Jaffe said it best. You should always walk through a graveyard every now and again.
Yep.
I mean, that's what my family used to do in Tennessee. They have some really lovely graveyards there.
Alright, so who's all tagging along to the grave of Alexandria?
Gesundheit.
Thank you.
Holly will go.
I think Murad will be emotional support dad for Roloi, unless it's like he can't be there.
It's gonna be
Thanks,
both,
Dad.
I believe, considering that it's hitting emotionally, but also trying to make sure that he will survive this.
I will try my best to help where I am needed.
Before they go, Holly will be like, you have a healing potion. If anything goes wrong, You can always call us. I'll come back as fast as I can.
Yep, I have a
Holly?
healing potion. I have goodies. I have an extra diamond just in case you lose yours.
Okay.
He will be fine. This is just about refining his magic.
I appreciate the care, though.
Don't want to lose anyone else.
You're not going to lose anyone else.
This is not how I die.
You've
So
seen it.
you've said.
So
Mira
you've
gives a
looked.
chuckle.
I look frequently. It hasn't exactly been great all the time. I like to peek where I don't belong.
Be careful
You
with that.
really do. It's a habit of his.
Mm-hmm. It is.
Yeah.
Indeed.
The
still
brow
haven't-
raise.
I still haven't forgot you using that frickin' identify spell.
Curiosity killed the cat, but cats have 9 lives.
Mira gives a nod. Just like,
You don't have a cat. You have a weasel that also turns into an octopus.
I can make him into a cat.
Yes, but have you?
Not yet.
all right, shoo.
Then you miss
finally,
all of the
okay.
fireworks.
Okay,
I
you
regret
two.
nothing.
And what of L'Oreal? Is she staying here or is she going with them?
Where should I go?
That's
Up
up
to
to
you.
you.
All
Depends
right.
on what scene you want to
Aurona's
see.
gonna go show the graveyard if you want to stick with her.
This is going to get all timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly soup in this room.
It's been a while since I've strolled through a graveyard. Maybe I'll get some inspiration, musical inspiration, through all the, death.
There's some good hymns out there.
Wow.
From Holly.
Side-eye from Mirios.
But you can find inspiration anywhere, including a graveyard. Who knows? She may find a cool lyric sitting on a
Let me
gravestone.
just explain to you that Holly and Mirios have never met, but when you say that, it is a tandem eyebrow raise.
Yeah.
I just imagine just Emily just like, find some inspiration because of all the death.
Death.
Like that one word was just fucking hanging there.
For all the death / positive.
/ positive.
Positive.
Emily, your
All right.
execution is amazing.
I love it.
I will come along with the graveyard viewing.
Alrighty. As the party splits again, and the lot of you make your way following Arona into the city. And there is this massive, almost open field that is covered in both stone and even its own form of wildlife. Short grass and a few of these beautiful trees. This massive graveyard acts as a home for both the giants and the people of Wyndiya, as well as the very few who have been honored to be buried here. Winry, you feel a faint hum of the Kling Hex kind of pulling you in the right direction as you enter this open field. As the three of you following Arona and making your way, you see what looks like to be this beautiful headstone. The inscription of the one buried here is that of Alexandria the White, written in common. And behind it is this massive flag. This flag that bears a crest. Crest from a movement, a rebellion against countries that wanted to use those with magical abilities on others, and how it acted as a means to protect those. Something that Arona and Wyndiya is far too fond of. Protecting those with magical abilities. As you stand there, Winry, and you stare back at the grave, you feel something pull at your chest. Before that, back at this temple,
This is one insane game of volleyball.
I know. I've accepted the responsibilities of my actions.
It's not really volleyball. It's kind of like four corners. We're going to multiple different spots.
Tennis, four corners, volleyball. It's insane.
Oh my goodness. Come on.
T-pose. It works.
Alright. Mirios, Murad, and Roloi. As you stand there, having watched your friends leave out from the temple, your attention becomes focused on Roloi.
I'm a little unsure where to go from here. Because there are things I know and there are things I don't know.
There is probably someone that might have a very particular answer to a lot of Roloi's questions. A rather unique resident of Wyndiya.
Oh, is that thing I asked you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's someone else I need to call here. If you don't mind.
I think Roloi would look just slightly disappointed that more people are showing up, but he's patient and he's just nods.
It'll definitely be in your favor, trust me.
Mira tilts his head.
How does she... she's just able to call to him, isn't she?
Usually, yeah.
Yeah. She'd put the staff down, and she's got this specific little amulet that it's drawn in the image, but it's also, it's a little clock that when she holds it up, it just starts glowing, like kind of gold, but like a weird pattern around it. She just sits there for a minute trying to, I guess, connect with him, and then just, here you are.
As
if he... Go ahead.
Reaching into the void, you two see as if shimmering and multiple different images all at once coalescing into a single being, as if stepping into this temple himself. A rather large figure, standing about 8 feet tall, these long brassy locks, eyes that look like clocks, a mantle that looks like these pendulums of grandfather clocks, and these mahogany brown robes, and this long chain made of glass. If anyone could ever define as a human being looking like a grandfather clock, it would be this person in front of you.
Sorry to call you on such short notice.
It is of no worry, my love.
Murad? Roloi?
Mm-hmm. Sorry,
Look back
I was...
to Roloi. He's aged 1 year exactly. Hearing that.
Murad has no idea who the fuck this is.
You would actually maybe have met him when you were at that meeting.
Murad, you actually would know.
Oh.
You know this as the god of time, Amseer.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw him at the meeting.
As looking at
hey,
you,
I saw you at a
Murad,
meeting.
Got no chance.
You are actually quite familiar as well. Beltanya's plaything.
Patron.
Yep. That's totally me.
She would nudge him like, plaything's a little bit rude.
It is. It absolutely is. Mira's making that forced smile.
It's not exactly my fault. It is how Beltania refers to him.
It is. It 100% is, and I can't really stop her from calling me that.
As you see as the large hands that make up the eyes twist around and become slitted. However, a quite interesting temporal shift is surrounding that one. Before stepping over and kind of moving Mirad to the side a bit. Roloi.
That's me.
I've seen you a couple of times. Through many timelines, actually.
I think I may have heard you a couple of times.
Yes. You are, by far, a very curious one. One that has been messing around in ways that I would have never thought of. Or at least not yet. At least for you, as you are now.
That's why I've summoned you, or asked you here. I've got a pretty decent hold on time magic, and she's saying that with a slight joke. But I want to make sure he stops slipping, and we can maybe restore him.
Yes, my use of chronomancy often drains me. I age rapidly when I exert myself.
I mean, you can see the way things warp around him.
It might have something to do with this, as he goes and reaches your hand and lifts it. And
man.
he sees that large black spot. My, Dvalis has truly cursed you with something nasty, hasn't he?
Rolloi's whole body is just swinging as he twists him around.
Mira's like, it's like...
Yes, as he lets go and you kind of just land on your
Drop back
hooves.
to your feet.
I unfortunately have no means of being able to break such a curse, unfortunately. He is malfeasance manifested. Death in a very particular fashion, given the bindings of those of the pirate lords. However, are you aware of what is the cause of this curse?
I am not. Apparently my entire family is afflicted with it.
Ah, a blood curse, then. Blood curses are actually quite simple. Very simple magic rules, but rules nonetheless. He has a hold on your entire bloodline, from your ancestors to you now. And probably almost as old as he is.
Assumedly, my children will also inherit this if I don't figure out how to fix it.
If you have any children at all. Your time is running
yet.
short.
Oh.
Oh.
We would like to fix this.
It is
I ain't
as
as
you
spry as I
mentioned,
once
you are-
was.
It is as you mentioned. You have the unfortunate affliction of having been collapsed in by the Tesseract, the manifestation of chronomancy. You slipped in, but you've let it collide with you far too many times. Your life is short. You probably won't make it past the year.
I think Roloi would just get very silent at that.
Is there no way we can fix this?
Not with a lack of knowledge, unfortunately. However, What if I was to tell you and all your allies there is a possibility to discover what is the rules to your blood curse, that you might be able to figure out what was bargained for? Wouldn't that be a fascinating way of solving your problem? Or at least knowing how to solve your problem?
I would greatly like this knowledge, yes.
Well, I simply cannot give it to you. Unfortunately, I am bound by the laws of the divine. However, there is nothing saying that I cannot show you.
Roloi just sort of like cups his hands in front of him and looks upwards, very pleading.
Yeah. We're being very clever so no one gets hurt by breaking the rules.
As you see as he bends down and he looks at you. I understand what it means to desire a great deal of information. I accepted the responsibilities when I decided to fractalize myself for all answers of all time. Yours, though. Yours is not selfish. Yours comes with a burden of wanting to save others. And a bleeding heart like mine could not dare to deny you that. So, here is what we are going to do. At dawn tomorrow morning, you will come back to this very temple. And I will allow you and your allies to slip through time and space for one day to discover what it was your ancestors sold to Davalis. What it was that they traded for, or what it was they agreed to. Keep in mind, you cannot change the past. It is already written. So no matter what you do, the outcome will remain the same. All you can simply do is observe, interact, and watch. Do you understand me?
So time is a flat circle. I understand.
No, time is a tesseract.
Merritt's trying to understand parts of this, but it's just like, okay. So there are very clear rules to interacting.
Correct. You cannot change the past. However, there are things that I would recommend you do not do. For if you do attempt to try and change something, you could very well tear this entire universe apart. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Merritt nods.
Might I suggest that I go with them to make sure none of this happens?
I would very much appreciate your presence there, as I know that you very much care for the timelines as well.
Of course. The one that taught you.
A thing I will never forget, my love. Well then. Tomorrow morning. Dawn. One day. No more. The answers you will seek will be within the Feywild. So I would mentally prepare yourself.
There's one other thing.
Yes, my love.
The scale. Mirad has the daydream and the night wish. However, they're being pursued by Arthur, who is also looking for the Sandtide. From what they've told me is that they're planning to use their child for this.
I am aware of this. I know the outcome in a rather unfortunate fashion, should those timelines converge. We will discuss more of this upon your return. As he gets up and he walks over towards Mirios. I know you're keeping a close eye on them. But remember that we still have a duty to uphold.
I know. But even after all these years, it's still hard.
I know. Well then. See you all in a... Well, you know. For the hand waves. As the hand waves, you see as the body kind of separates out, almost as if fractalizing itself, and then into the air. Yeah. Disappearing into the ether.
He gained that from touching the scale.
Less than a year.
For now.
If I don't solve this.
I have confidence you will. And I will be there to help you.
That is a great comfort.
And remember...
I will do my best. I may be the quote-unquote mother of chronomancy, but I also have my own limits, but I like to set them.
And remember, this is not how you die.
No.
Right.
I like your attitude towards it.
Well. When you're able to look into the future, I suppose it comes with a certain degree of confidence.
It does.
As a lot of you bearing this knowledge, cut back to the graveyard.
Death.
As a lot of you stand there, Winry, as you stare at this gravestone, and you feel as the Kling Hex kind of pulls you closer. That massive flag waving, presiding over this will and testament.
Well, I'm guessing this is the right place, given how hard this thing is yanking on my wrist. It's a beautiful gravesite.
It is.
Yeah. Alright. Holly, where do I start? I have no idea.
What is it exactly that you want to do?
I would like to try to speak with Alexandria. I need the curse to be taken off this thing, but if I understand how the curse started, from what I've been able to find, it wasn't long before Alexandria's passing that something happened to the Kling Hex. If I can have her insight, maybe I'll find an answer to cure this thing and make it less a curse and not really a tool, but I don't know what to call it. Some kind of a partner? This thing has a mind of its own. I wouldn't dare call it anything less than a partner, I guess.
That's fair. I think you can start by trying to connect with the magic. Kneel at the grave, touch the ground, reach your magic out and touch the Kling Hex, and see if that connection between a thing that has belonged to both of you can help to connect you from there and now.
Okay. I'll do my best. If anything weird happens, please wake me up.
Oh, it's gonna be weird. It's always weird.
All right.
But I'll be right here with you.
Thank you, Holly. I appreciate it.
Of course.
And thus, Wenry will take as comfortable a kneeling position as she can by the headstone. She will take a deep breath and, holding out the cling hex, and she will touch the gravestone and she will try to feel into the magic.
Holly is gonna put her hands on Wenry's back and give her guidance as she prays over her.
Okay. L'Oreal, would you also like to provide inspiration?
Sure, I'd love to. Wait, do I have to roll something for that, or?
No, you can just provide her an inspiration die.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I'd love to.
All right. So, Winry, you get to take a D8.
Yep.
And I need you to make me a wisdom save.
Oh boy, wisdom. Oh, that's a 22.
Okay. As your hand reaches towards the grave and the cling hex touches just barely a bit of the stone, suddenly the world turns to clouds as your friends get swept away by the wind, as they all fade into an endless night. As you stand there with clouds and mist at your feet, you hear the first roar, something burning, flaming. As you hear the first crash in the far-off field, as you hear screams of war and pain and fury. You can hear commanders barking orders. You can hear the clash of blades and the flash of spells as they fill the skies, and bodies falling onto the ground. For eventually silence as you stand across a table under this massive tent, this war tent. And sitting at what looks like to be this chair that kind of is propped up, kind of designed for somebody that has been made a leader out of wood and a strewn fabric of varying colors. And there you see a fair human being with a circlet over their heads, their long white hair. And in hand is this massive flag with a speared end. You even came to my gravesite.
Winry will take a deep breath and she will nod. Yes, I had to. I need some answers to try to fix this thing. Make it safe.
You see as the body moves a bit. Were you aware the consequences when you placed on the Klinghex. What it does to its wielders, what I told you so long ago.
At first, when I accepted it, no, I had no idea. But through having it, through wearing it, through speaking to not only you, but a couple other voices, the Klinghex was, I don't know, not damaged, it was changed. And if I can understand what may have happened, there may be a way to reverse it? Make it something that can actually protect again and isn't just something that wants me to charge after this person and take glory after killing this one and all that.
There's something else, isn't there? You lack care. A lack of inhibition.
I suppose I do. I'm not sure when that happened. Player speak, yes, I know exactly when that happened. Once upon a time. Was it on the Blood Moon?
Was.
Yeah. I started feeling this around the time of the Blood Moon when Egwelf appeared on our ship.
And there is the first answer to your question. Egwelf. At one point in time, she was known as Tasha. She corrupted this bracer that my mother created.
Your mother? She must have been a fine crafter.
She was an amazing mage. But now, it is stained. The other souls that now reside within it as well have turned into something. Turned into what you become when you accept the Klinghex power. As if staring down you see like clear water is the reflection of that red-haired, yellowed-eyed form when you draw the Klinghex blade.
It's powerful, yes, but it's terrifying. I lose myself when I use the Klinghex.
Many have. As if getting down from that large wooden throne, carrying that massive flag. And you want me to help you break this curse, quite potentially destroying the last remnant of what many mages will need in the future.
I would like to avoid destroying it if at all possible. I know that this is something hugely powerful. Something I don't know how many mages could use in the future, but the way it is now, I'd sooner dash it on the rocks.
I cannot tell you exactly how the curse works or how to break it. But I can help you restrain it. But you must give me something in return. Something of value.
If I may ask, what kind of value?
Depends.
Obviously, something material would be hardly of anything that you could use.
Be correct.
Now I actually gotta think on this. I'm not sure. What possibly should I consider? I know I have things of value. I have people I value. I'm not sure what I can give.
If I was to give something of myself, something to empower, to receive my gift, then you would have to give me power as well.
Well, I have some. I am a descendant of Mumgrer. His magic is integral to me.
Then I want magic. You feed me magic, and I will give you power. And I will give you my gift to strike down foes with divine light, to heal allies. Give me magic. Every morning, I will claim magic from you. And you will have my gift. And my protection.
If I may ask, this protection, will it be protection from the influence of the curse over this thing?
Yes. I can keep the others at bay. But not for long. As she goes and reaches your arm and grabs hold of it with her own clean hex on her arm. You have to feel it in your bones. The secret is in our bones. Do you understand me?
I think I do. And Wenry will return that grasp with a firm one of her own. Every morning? Just a dose of magic?
I will claim one of them every morning.
Thank you, Alexandria. I accept.
Very good. As if like an eye backing away from your Kling Hex, the figure is gone. And covering you is long, shining, white, beautiful hair. And in your hand, this beautiful cross sword. And in the other, a massive flag bearing the crest of rebellion. We'll be getting an update of the Kling Hex soon.
Ooh.
As this connection ends, L'Oreal, Holly, and Arona all see, almost as if standing up, and that flag that once flew behind the grave, now in the hand of the Kling Hex. And as she turns, you see the circlet spectral, and the hair long and white, and the eyes like gold.
Miss Wenry, did it go well?
Yes, I feel like it did. I feel much more confident now. Thank you, Holly.
Of course.
Wait, did Wenry's hair change?
Yep.
Oh, shit!
Yeah, Holly is looking at her like there's something on your face.
Aaron's been warning me that I have a lot of shit to update.
Character updates all around.
Yeah, you got me at episode 3, Connor.
Sorry,
As, as you hold the staff in the Kling Hex, as the magic fades, you see as the staff disperses into the gauntlet, and it becomes even more gorgeous and beautiful as the design slowly creeps up the arm, and you notice what is almost like an ink white tattoo beginning to claim a majority of it. The hair begins to fade back to its original dark brown colors, and the eyes return to their original color as well.
Ooh, suddenly I feel really tired.
Why don't we get you back so you can get some rest? I feel like you've been through quite a bit. Or you could just take a break here.
I think I can sit down for a minute. And then,
Yeah, let's sit you
and then I'll
down.
be good to go.
You look stunning, by the way. I love the new look.
I what?
Oh,
Yeah.
Huh?
The vision had faded by that point, but it was pretty cool to look at.
it looked stunning, I meant to say.
I love that so many things fly over Wenry's head.
It's not too hard. She's not very tall.
You kind of changed a little bit. Your hair was
changed?
white.
It what? And
It was
Winry
like
will probably grab at her big old wad of hair at the back of her head.
Not
Okay, it's brown
anymore.
again, but
Yeah.
then she'll probably notice the change to the Kling Hex. Well, this is new.
Is it good?
It feels good. I spoke to Alexandria. Long story short, in exchange for some of my own magic, Alexandria will be able to protect me from the influence of the curse.
But does that
I
mean
hope-
you lose some of your magic?
I expect to lose some, but honestly, to protect this thing until I'm able to get the curse off of it and make it into something that genuinely can protect, That's what I want to do with this.
I understand. Sometimes improvement requires sacrifice.
You will take note, Henry, at the beginning of every day, I will roll a d6.
Okay.
Whatever number that lands on, you will lose a spell slot for.
Okie dokie.
So.
Oh, I really hope it doesn't land on 4. I've only got one of those.
It might just if you keep putting that out there.
That's part of the
gamble.
chance.
It's part of the exchange.
The wheel.
Oh, well then I'll be rolling a d4 until you get to 5 and 6.
Have fun.
Right.
I suppose that's fair.
As you see Serona kind of looking towards the lot of you, well then, suppose one more mission succeeds. I think we should get back to the rest of them and figure out if they've figured something out.
Hold on. I gotta send you a quick message, Aaron.
It's okay, I need to take this time to try to update everything that happened just now because it's a little hard to take notes and RP at the same time.
There you go. Sorry.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
As you all leave this magnificent, cloudy gravesite, make your way back to the temple, as a few moments pass and Murad and Roloi is both kind of consoling each other of the information provided, the doors open again. Walking through, a much more peppier Winry, an impressed Holly, and a commonly and ever so ecstatic L'Oreal entering within the building.
Hello. How was it?
It went
good.
It went very well.
That's good.
I can tell you the details later. And Wenry probably deflates a little bit. It was exhausting.
Cool hair.
Oh, Wenry, you did good.
Mine
What do you
does
mean,
that
cool?
too.
What do you mean cool hair? You didn't see anything.
Huh?
It faded already.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, he's
was
a
white
time
for a
wizard. He
second.
could have seen it for a second.
Yeah, time wizard.
Time wizard.
Time wizard.
Roloi, how are you feeling?
Well, not great. Learned some things that I'm not necessarily grappling with all too well.
Oh no.
But there is a possible solution. You know time isn't set in stone.
I do know that, yes, but well, it's never an easy thing being told that you're going to die.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
I know.
Yes, we'll lie
You
to
say
him
that, and
make him
Holly
feel all
is in
better.
your face. What do you mean?
Yeah. Apparently, if we've got a thing tomorrow, and if it doesn't go well, first of all, a lot of terribly bad things could happen if it doesn't go well. Secondly, if it doesn't go well, but we all survive, I have less than a year to live.
That,
Roloi.
That's why we're going to help him fix it. Tomorrow morning at dawn.
Amsir is going to let us peek into the past, physically, to see what started all of this with that curse of his.
Yes, we're going to find out what my ancient ancestors dealt with Davalis for.
And with answers could be solutions. However, and she'll look at the rest of them, as we were told, and I will tell you, you cannot change the past. So whatever you do see, you cannot change it. You cannot interfere. Could literally rip a hole in time and space and all sorts of chaos. So I'll be going with you.
What we currently have going on here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well then, this is going to be a very important day tomorrow. And Holly's going to take Roloi's hand and look at him with a very serious expression. More so than usual. And she's going to say, I don't plan on losing any more family.
Thank you, Holly.
You have a good group of friends with you. You have a pretty good chance.
I certainly do.
Mirad wants to hug. But he just kind of shuffles a little bit. Doesn't want to embarrass Roloi in front of the person that he's...
Besides, I may have a bit of a petty hand in this. I would like to send you all back so you can kick Arthur in the ass.
Oh, please, yes. I would love that.
He's got it coming.
It's gonna be tough, but yes, he definitely needs to be put down a few pegs. Several. Maybe 6 feet under.
You sure we can't make it 12?
We can work with that.
See, as Arana looks towards you, Lori. I understand that they're about to go on another adventure, but I would actually prefer you here.
Yes, I think that would be best for me as well. Does that mean this
you're
is...
not coming along?
Well, I was given a wonderful opportunity to stay here and learn and, I guess, expand on my knowledge on my magic, but I hope we can meet again someday.
Of course. I mean, anytime we come through here or anytime you're down there, look us up. I think ascending goes through universes and everything too, so...
It can be a little finicky on different planes of existence.
And next time you're in Erziheimel, send us ascending.
About a 25% chance of failure.
Wait, how soon are you guys going on this big old mission?
Tomorrow morning at dawn.
Tomorrow? You're not even going to, rest for a little bit?
Well, we're gonna sleep for the night, but...
Yes.
I know it's a pun, but time is literally of the essence.
That is
It's
true.
an endless march.
So does that mean right now is where we say goodbye, or do we have until morning?
Oh, morning, I'm sure. And if we come back, successful, then you will see us again. Tomorrow. I don't know how exactly the time thing works, but I assume we will be back.
For the sake of timelines, you're not being left on a timeline that you're not supposed to be in.
I don't know how this works, I'm sorry.
Aaron, so are they leaving in the morning, when L'Oreal's still asleep, or...
It will be right on dawn.
Oh my god!
You better roll out of bed early.
Well,
come say goodbye to us in your jammies.
Oh no, what if I oversleep again? Okay, well, just in case I don't see you in the morning, I would like to say goodbye now. Just in case, I would feel terrible if I didn't, and then I woke up to all of you missing. I want to say that this has been the single most exciting week of my life, which is saying a lot, considering my songs have carried me to a vast number of places. Wenri, I'd like to thank you personally. You helped me learn that the music I play doesn't always have to be used to excite and dazzle an audience. And Honestly, I thought my performance set list was getting a little stale, but I suppose it's time I introduce a few stories of tragedy and history to my repertoire, so I thank you for all of your help in that.
Of course.
Murad, you introduced my tongue to flavors and dishes I could have only dreamed of tasting, and I'm going to miss it dearly. Thank you for keeping me well fed during our short time together, and I wish you all the luck in having Cotton and your child return to you.
Thank you. That means a lot. And I just want to return the thank you really fast, just to say thank you for retrieving the token for us.
Oh, yes, of course.
I plan to make you dinner at least one last time.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay, yeah. Excellent.
We have at least one more meal together.
Yes. Dazzle would actually like flutter over to you, L'Oreal, and give you like a little like nudge against your cheek with its head.
Oh, so cute.
You did help create him.
Holly, your wings of protection have made me feel so safe. Your party's lucky to have you with them.
Thank you. And you've been a very sweet and entertaining human being, even if I didn't say much.
Oh, thank you. Roloi, you're the best fake grandpa I could ever ask for.
Oh, shucks.
Wow.
Hopefully when I come back, I'll be more of an uncle than a grandpa.
Uncle
Grandpa, even.
And I will say, even with your aging curse, your good looks have not faded.
Oh, you're just a flatterer, you.
And of course, thanks to Arona, I have a new purpose in life and magic. And, I still love my jewels and sparkly trinkets. That is never going to change. But I've learned that the inspiration that I gained from, each new precious stone was fleeting. And, sort of empty in a way. But seeing the way you all risk your life and limb for the things you want, have been tenfold more inspiration than what any gemstone could give me. And had it not been for you all, I would be dead, probably. So, I'm not typically one for sentimental attachments, and I know we haven't known each other for that long. But I would like to give you all a gift to take with you on your travels, as a sort of good luck charm. You can attach it to your clothing, you can sell it for coin, or just look at it and then be reminded of my adorable face, whatever you want. L'Oreal unclips a gem from her hat and her cape and her bag and just 5 different gems from her person, and she hands one to each of the party members.
Oh my goodness.
You already gave one technically to Cotton, that's why Dazzle lives.
Oh yeah.
I'll be sure to hold on to this for Cotton. Thank you.
Speaking of parties, let's have a farewell one for our fine friend here.
Yeah!
Yes.
Let's see what kind of cuisine we can make up here in Wyndiya.
And you'll be given...
to the kitchen!
Yes, and you'll be given a lovely treat by myself. Your friend Aruna can attest for my skills, I am sure.
As all of you as afternoon turns to night, as secrets become answers, as the day comes to an end, those who are far, those who are near, all of you come together as a new adventure will begin soon. As an ally stays, an ally goes, and an ally anew. You will find out the secrets that lay within the past. as you all party and celebrate and find joyous merriment for one more night before stepping into the very jaws, not just time, but danger as well. And that is where we're going to go ahead and end today's session.
Oh boy. Kendra, how are your fingers going? That was a ton of exposition.
Yeah.
I did my very best to keep up. I am sure I missed some details.
Somebody bring her some ice.
So,
Right.
Those fingers are on fire.
Look at all those notes I put in.
That's crazy.
yeah. So with
That's
that
a
being
book.
said, with that being said, before we head off, this is Emily's last game with us for Sandtide.
Yeah.
Foreseeable future, we don't know if you'll
You
want to
should
come
totally
back.
come back.
I'm sorry I missed the first half of today's
You're
session. I
It's
still
all
feel
right.
so bad.
It's all right.
It's not your
all
fault.
right.
You definitely need to come back so Cotton makes sure you're alive.
Of course.
Hey, if your schedule ever frees up, you know, I'll message you and see if you might have some time later this year.
Yeah, thank you. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and like again, I was super excited to have somebody from the original game come back and play. It means a lot both to like the history for me and for everyone here. Genuinely, you have brought something very fun to the game. And I really am
Yay!
thankful for that.
I'm glad. Dude, how many years has it been? I don't even know.
2018 was no 2018 or 2017 was the last time we played.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That would be like 6 years.
Holy shit.
So much has changed, right?
I know. It's crazy. Hopefully for the better.
Oh yeah. So with that being said, I know you'll be taking your leave here, but as always, we got to get through some announcements real quick, and then we will send you off. So first and foremost, as per me, by the time this episode may be out, I'm assuming my free Ren abridged one shot will finally have come out at this time. So I will gladly be happy to announce that. If it isn't out, it'll probably be out next week. So we will see. I haven't been live streaming the past couple of weeks because I've been working on this project and a number of other ones. But for the most part, I will be getting back into streaming soon. I just had to deal with work, as one does. Oh yes, to those of you that don't know or want to know, please do go check out our Patreon. It really helps with the show. It's how I've been able to, do all of this with, of course, the help of various individuals as well. This is one of my favorite projects that I love putting a lot of time to, and having a guest come in and see what this is all like is very special to me. And you will have access to all of our episodes a week early, as well as access to our homebrew content, like our Oath of the Kisasutai, which is basically my Demon Slayer subclass for 5e. So
I've given it a read through. It's really good.
Oh yeah. As well as the Urzi-Heimel's Firearm magazine, which is a complete overhaul of using guns inside of your D&D game. It comes with 3 subclasses, a bunch of weapons, a bunch of magical items, and backgrounds, as well as feats. So yeah, do go check it out when you can. All right, I think that's it for me. Blue, how you now?
Exposition! It's me, it's Blue. I have been playing both Cotton and now Mirios, you Clockwork Soul sorcerer. Yeah, not much has really been going on my end, except that I'm gonna have to be updating art soon. Squints at the rest of you.
Sorry.
Teehee.
Oh yeah, mid-season update. That also
Yep.
includes the thumbnail as well.
That also includes you, right?
Yay!
Not much else has really been going on my end. Just doing a bunch of arts here and there while also trying to study for this test again. It's hard. So I really don't have much to announce, except, as episodes come out, just keep an eye on my account. You'll see the arts full blown rather than just in thumbnail size. Sorry, I don't have much else, so Ray, it's your turn.
Howdy, I am Ray, also known as Key Ink. I am playing your Captain Fire Genasi Mirad. Going through emotional roller coasters. Yay! Let's see. Commissions around this time should still be, I believe, closed. I still plan on opening up commissions in the summer, which is June, January type of time frame.
July.
June, July, yeah. Oh, yeah, June, July. Sorry, my dyslexia kicked in. Yay, I have it. Gold star. Let's see. Other than that, I have been working on and off on my own little project to create a tabletop RPG, but also on the side helping any way that I can with the D6 stuff. But yeah, other than that, I will pass it on to Holly/B.
Hi, I'm B. Play Holly. And I had to take a little break from working on some of my art last week, but I'm back on it and getting ready to finish up. So art from me soon. Other than that, you can find me hanging around on the corpse of Twitter, usually, Pastel Werewolf. And other than that, I'll pass it off to Connor. I'm boring this week.
So am I.
Well, that's me. I'm Distortion Devil. You can find me on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Tumblr, Blue Sky at Distortion Devil. I stream Tuesdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. I also got some stuff on the DM's Guild, some homebrew content, some more stuff coming down the pipeline as well. If you're a fan of the game Hunt Showdown, then you can hear me as the voice of Sheriff Hardin in the new Desolation's Wake event.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
So that's about it for me.
Kendra.
Alrighty. Hi, everyone. This is Kendra, also known as Transient Day, pretty much everywhere on the internet. I'm not sure where I'm going to be most active or whatever. If you find me and you see me being active, then that's where I am. I don't know. I'm tired. I'm very tired. I've been awake since 3 a.m. this morning.
Jesus!
I need to go eepy. Aside from that, nothing too fabulous going on my side. At the time of recording this, we are about to dump a whole lot of videos on TikTok. So by the time you guys see this video, you will have seen the mass of little TikToks that we've splattered all over the internet, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Aside from that, Emily, it's your turn.
Yes, hello, my name's Emily. I go by Emirichu on YouTube, and by the time this episode comes out, I don't think I have anything super, big happening. Just posting my videos on YouTube. And that's about it. And occasionally streaming on Twitch.
Yeah. You're an amazing VTuber model.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
Well then, nothing else pressing?
Remember to like and subscribe.
Of course.
Like, subscribe, share it with your friends. If you've got a D&D nerd friend, just invite them over. We've got just podcasts, we've got videos, whatever you want. I will say combat is much easier to understand when you're watching the video, but it's still good.
Yeah.
Right. Bork, bork, heck.
Bork, bork, heck. Heck, bork.
All right.
He's summoning you.
Right. With that being said, thank you all so much for watching. Thank you so much for listening and hanging out with us. We hope you stay safe out there. We love you. And as always, see you next Sunday. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye-bye.